Alright then. Welcome. Welcome. To the start of something new. Sunless Sea. Game I have played before, but not quite the intended way. So, this will be an attempt at that. The intended way. It's gonna be fun. I enjoy this game. It's a fascinating setting. I've played Sunless Sea, I've played Sunless Skies, possibly something I do after this. It is also a good one. Play Fallen London. That's its own unique little browser thing. And looking forward to Mask of the Rose. Honestly, it's just an enthralling setting, this game. And, well, it's a fun game too. And for that purpose, yeah, I figured I'd play it on Sundays. Sunless Sunday. So, how this works is, well, first we press new game. Ignore all the other stuff I played. Yeah. I enjoy this game quite a bit. It really is a fun and unique game. Very chill. When you're not being horrifically murdered by everything. Alright, let's just be real, it's everything. And so we start with our captain. Actually, what we start on is making sure my camera doesn't intersect anything. Where is gonna be the best place? Here maybe? Zoom myself up. We'll try here. If I need to move it anymore, I will. But for now, this seems like an alright enough spot. That might change. Forgot where kind of each element goes, but can't be blocking this. This is important. This is where everything happens. Our little book, huh? And where we start, other than just camera shenanigans. We start with making our captain of our ship. 3 decades ago, in the region of Victoria, London, in the reign of Victoria, London was stolen by bats. Now it lies a mile below the surface. It was dreadfully inconvenient for everyone, but it opened up a vast black ocean to you. Welcome to the Undersea. And you're given 2 options. To choose your past, or a past wreath in shadows, which is basically deciding later. And effectively if you want to get right into it, but no. We want to choose our past. Decide who you were, and what you want to be. Now in the room of the blind helmsman. It's where you start. Housing-wise, where we hang our hat, as this lovely tooltip says. Who were you? Now you're a captain. Now you belong to the Undersea. But who were you before? And here you're given an options that does tend to influence things of, well, who were you? Were you a street urchin? Your urchin gang cast you out when you grew too tall. Yeah, that's the thing. Urchins stick with being kids. If you become big, you effectively, I think it's like Longshanks or something like that. Too old and big, you're out. You took to sea rather than graduate to larger crimes. The last big score was enough to buy a ship, huh? This will give you a bonus to Veils, the skill of subtlety, and evasion. Yep, Veils is your subtlety and evasion. As we can see up here where we have our different abilities, Veils is speed, stealth, deception. Decreases the range at which enemies will spot you. which isn't a bad thing. It might not seem important, but trust me, it's a thing, alright. You could also be a poet. Educated and articulate, you seek sensation at sea. How lucky you had a legacy to spend. Your long-vanished father had a rich patron, it seems. This will give you a bonus to pages, the skill of trickery and knowledge. As you can see right here, pages. Esoteric and occasionally practical knowledge increases the speed at which you convert fragments to secrets. Fragments you gain passively from things, and eventually once they reach a certain margin, they become a secret, which you can use for a variety of things. Secrets are important in the undersea. Also be a veteran of the campaign of 968, rather. You 1868, I'll note. Just get a gauge of your sentence. It said Victoria reign, so this is the Victorian era, effectively. You fought in the invasion of Hell. London's armies lost. You survived. Your loot and your pension have brought you a command. This will give you a bonus to Iron, the skill of causing direct damage. It's as it says. Destroy. Increases the damage your attacks do. And yeah, 1868 is relatively soon after London fell. Yeah, they invaded Hell. Did not go well at all. Could also be an ordained priest. You fell from grace. There's nothing left to shore for you. An anonymous benefactor has found this way out for you. Perhaps at Zee you can overcome your appetites. Connotations to that I know and won't say, but there were some. This will give you a bonus to hearts, the skill of healing and morale. Your hearts, as you see right here, inspire, heal, defend. Sometimes helps with tests around terror. Terror being your bar over here. You are far from light or hope. Terror is increasing rapidly. We're in dark, but basically the darker it is and the further away you are from things, the more your terror rises up. Undersea is not a kind place. And the final selection is a natural philosopher. Your peculiar theories on time, blood, and starlight brought you down to the cavern where London lies, and now they take you out to Zee. This will give you a bonus to mirrors, the skill of detection and perception. Which is, detection and perception. The higher your mirrors, the quicker you can find a firing solution in combat. Now, it's not just the various things it describes here on your skills. There's going to be plenty of skill checks that involve, well, everything. We are going to start off as a street urchin. Though cunning on the high seas, your friend, another Longshanks, knows a little of gunnery. Only a little, but she can help. Talk to her to find out why she went to Zee. You were a street urchin. Now you're a Zee captain. Your stranger quality is gone. Welcome to the world. 10 echoes? The Longshanks gunner. A Longshanks is a recent graduate from the urchin gangs. But where did she learn to fire a cannon? I think one of the urchin gangs actually has a cannon. They're not afraid to show it off. Our veils goes up by 25. Someone's looking for passage. So yeah, we have our gunner. She additionally increases our irons by +1. And that's who we were. Now, what was our ambition? What does winning mean to you? There's a variety of these. You could be searching for your father's bones. Your father was lost at Zee. You never knew him, but you've often dreamed of him. Find and return his remains to London for a decent burial. There's immortality. This is specific to the Submariner expansion that they added. So this is a later one. Eternal life sounds like something you'd enjoy. Pardon me. And it's said that the presbyter, the ruler of the Elder Continent, has lived forever. You could be just looking for fulfillment. Gather 100 tales. Learn all you can of the Zee. Write a masterpiece. Retire. Actually, one of the harder ones. You need a lot of stuff for that. You could be just looking for wealth. You know how it is to be poor. Now you want a mansion, servants, fine clothes, a family, perhaps. Or a private kingdom. That you can't choose offhand. That is something to find. Establish a colony where you are absolute ruler, a utopia perhaps. Perhaps. As it says, you can't choose this now, but you can find an opportunity to switch to it later in the game. So yeah, there are, in fact, hidden ambitions, effectively, that will end you off. We, as a street urchin, we're just gonna start off simple. We'll be looking for wealth. Beyond the dreams, the undersea is full of riches, death and darkness too, but it's worth the gamble. A lot of death and a lot of darkness. That is for sure. And I'm likely going to be dying. The character I'm making right now, likely, potentially, won't last. We have to account for that. Current, your objective ambition quality is now retired to a life of luxury. This determines how you win, although you can always just retire in London, for a draw. Yep, that is always an option. Just want to retire. And now, Captain, an irregularity with the Harbour Master's office. They wish to know, what term of address do you prefer ashore? This will determine what people call your captain, but your captain's gender is up to you. It could be called Madame. More Zee captains choose this than you might expect. Sir. Simple as that. Citizen. A term of address popular among those of egalitarian sentiments. My lord. Perhaps you really do come from a noble family. Who's to know? My lady. Perhaps you really do come from a noble family. Also, who's to know? Captain. Captain will do perfectly well ashore as well as at sea, thank you. We're gonna go with citizen. Citizen. Perhaps you're some sort of rabble-rousing enthusiast, eh? Eh, just a simple person. As a piece of advice, explore. Take chances. This captain will probably die. The Zee is hungry. But each captain passes on lessons to the next. Yep. The end is not the end, but a new beginning. It is also still the end of that character, but details. Death is death, after all. And that is who we are. For specifics. But then, we have all the little images that we could be. They certainly give you plenty of options. Just be a diving suit. That guy doesn't look suspicious at all. Saying that sort of gets in. For now, we are just keeping it as is for the moment. Rem Amaria. Whoop. And this puts us in London. Fallen London. Deep, dark, and marvelous. All voyages start here. This is where successful voyages end. This is definitely our home base. Without a doubt. As you can see, we have multiple tabs that we can work with here. This is our story tab. This is where everything important occurs. This is your hold. It is also important. We have our basic ship, the Legia class steamer. It is the default ship you will always start off with. We start with a leadbeater and stainrod reconditioned frigate surplus deck gun Mark II. Try saying that 10 times fast. This way up, a weapon which may serve against small monsters or feeble pirates. It has, for us, with our particular stats, remember, iron influences that, 8 hull damage, which is the damage you deal to the hull of ships, 8 life damage, which is the damage you deal to the beasties of the undersea, of the Neath. You have 1 crew damage, which is damage to crew on a ship, pardon me, after a certain point. Warm-up time, 4 seconds, kind of your cooldown. Then we have our engines, which, as one would expect, how fast our little boat goes. We have an elderly steeple engine, a battered, rusting mechanism that will ensure your ship goes in more or less the correct engine. 800 engine power. It's your basic engine. Start us off with 10 fuel. Fuel being, this being our same truck right there, being what you use to puzzle on the undersea. As long as you have fuel, you can keep on going. It's influenced by your speed, and whether you have your lantern on or not. Supplies, food and equipment. If you run out of supplies, hunger will eventually destroy you. That's keeping track of here. Your hunger will go up. If it reaches this far, bad things happen because you start starving. But as long as you have supplies, once you hit the middle point right here, your supplies will tick over, you will feed your crew, and you'll start back at the start of hunger. And so on and so forth. Like I said, until you run out of supplies. Then the bad stuff happens. If you run out of fuel, you will drift helplessly. Forgot to read that one, but yeah. Coal, dug from the Zee cliffs or imported from Hell. Hell has a lot of fuel. And coal and the like. Alright. This we happen to start with, courtesy of, well, this has been bound to my Fallen London account. A Sooth and Cooper lawn box. On first sight, it looks like a tomb colonist coffin. On closer examination, it carries a stenciling reading Sooth and Cooper, and a handwritten tag delivered to Depot A, Station 3. We won't worry about that at the moment. It's there for us to do something with. Here we have our advice for Captain's book, for now. I'll read through that, but then we can get rid of it. This provides the advice snippet storyline. Sell it to remove the advice storyline, and get a little bit. And here's something else I have, because, well, courtesy of this being bound to my Fallen London. A whisper-locked puzzle box. Speak the right phrase, and the tumblers will align and unlock it. But what is the right phrase? Alarming Scholar may have some ideas. We'll meet them later. The important thing is, the curiosities we just have. They don't take up any space or anything of such. They're the interesting things we find along the way. These things, like the lawn box, the supplies, the fuel, they contribute to our cargo. And we only have limited cargo space in our hold. So we have to manage that on terms of how much fuel and supplies we might need, and what else we, A, might be taking on, or B, potentially picking up. It's important to manage your cargo right. You don't want to have to dump things you don't want to dump, and you want to also be able to pick up things that might be interesting and helpful. Some things count as curiosities, or other things, some things count as cargo. Cargo's an important one to keep track of. Curiosities, there's this thing, the Invictus Token. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. You are in unforgiving mode, with no save slots beside the basic autosave. You will lose this token if you switch from Unforgiving to Merciful mode. Merciful mode being, well, you being able to just save on your own. You can do this you can technically switch this up at any time by just saving. A manual save. Then you can load up and whatever. I usually do my own saves because I have that habit of being a save-scumming bastard, but for this, since I'm streaming and because the other thing's just completely uninteresting to anybody else, I'm gonna try my best to keep this Invictus token. Which means we're likely gonna be dying at some point. And we will have to accept that. But even dying won't lose us to our Invictus token. The only thing that'll make us lose it is if we switch to Merciful mode by saving. So, we won't. And hope my computer cooperates. As you'll see, we also have 2 other slots, Auxiliary and Bridge. Those are for other items. We don't have anything of such at the moment. Also, I was being silly, that is the base damage right there. How we can tell our actual damage, which includes our iron, is by looking up here at our weapon statistics. As you can see, there's other spots for forward and aft. We don't have those slots on this teeny tiny little steamer boat. So, generally though, forward is always going to be one of your forward-facing guns. A deck gun tends to be similar in that it also faces a forward slot, but aft will be towards the back of your ship. It'll be a gun that fires behind you. That can be important at times, but this boat is not capable of it. So, that's the default stats. Our gun isn't much of an improvement over the default. We get a +4 bonus from our iron stat, which is our default 25 plus the one from our Longshanks gunner. So ours does 10 to 14 damage to both ship and creature, with that 1 crew damage and 3.7 second warm-up time. Not a huge decrease from the base 4. This equipment does not stagger. No surprise there. Now, your journal is a way to keep track of things, whether it's things you've done or things you have going on. Like, in this case, our accomplishments that we have is, we're a mariner. You know something of the undersea. And Navigator's Council, advice awaits you. You acquired this from Fallen London. It'll be available for all new characters. The other thing I have, because this is tied to my Fallen London thing. I'll just see what that is, because that's actually something I haven't poked at. So, these are accomplishments. It's a good way of keeping track of things, as well as our memoirs, objectives, and miscellaneous. So our memoirs, currently, show our quality of lodgings. We're just a room above the Blind Helmsman, which is effectively an inn in Wolfsack Docks right here. We just have a room above it, Not the fanciest getup, but it's where we begin. And our Z, and it shows our past, before we were Z Captain, as a street urchin. Our objective, the current one we have right now, is our ambition. Retire to a life of luxury. And now our miscellaneous should keep tracks of just, well, other little stuff. A request for passage, someone is looking for passage. 2. That means the quality, which can be different, is currently of the 2 variety. And that determines what's what there. Almost safe. 1. No description there. I think it might be because we're in London. I don't know. Under the Undersea. You have access to the Submariner DLC expansion. So, yeah, we have that. If we want to. This is our officer tab. Available officers is officers you don't have slotted in, but would potentially want to slot in. You would do that. We don't have any additional ones right now. You can have a first officer, a cook, a chief engineer, a gunnery officer, a mascot, and a surgeon. Of current, we only have the gunnery officer we were provided with, because of our background, and our mascot, the comatose ferret. Mostly, it's immobile. Occasionally, it's feral. It gives us an increase of 1 to hearts. It's who we start off with as a mascot. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll stick with it, but it's who you start off with, that's for sure. And this is specific because of our background, our past, where we came from. You can, however, get different slots for different starts. For different paths, rather. But this is the one we have. Shops is where you go to find what a place is selling, what a place will sell, and what a place will buy. It's pretty much what you expect. London has a lot. It effectively has the most important things are your standard prices of supplies and fuel. It's where you'll mostly be purchasing these. There are places where these are cheaper. Most places are more expensive. So, yeah. Well, London is one of the more efficient places to buy because, well, it's just your default prices. You can get bad in other places. There's our book. You can sell it for quite a bit of beginning cash. Won't worry about that at the moment. Then there's the exchange. Sack exchange. You can buy some things, you can sell some things. Naval supplies is, well, where you'll find a lot of your standard base guns. Torpedo stuff, which I've never used. Torpedoes don't really come up all that much, really. Caminus yards is also guns and some engines. Also, that guy right there. Brass fiber system. It's various other things. They're generally better quality than what you get from the Caro's Navy surplus. Generally. It's got pretty beefy guns. For, you know, base default store. Iron Misery Company is, well, your various engines. As it says right here, more powerful engines consume more fuel, but increase speed. Essential for large, slow ships, but really essential in general, because in general, going faster is generally a good thing. You do have to account for more fuel usage, but the quicker you can get to a place, generally the better. The House of Vision, which honestly, this has a lot of your bridge light stuff, which, for the most part, a lot of the base things is just trading out veils for mirrors. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You're less stealthy when you have a brighter light, but in trade, you can, well, have better firing solutions because you can see better. The difference is these really expensive ones up here, which just flat out increase mirrors, but don't stop it. But that's a lot of money. A lot of money. There's also the shipyard, which is definitely something you will predominantly find at London, which is, well, where you find the various boats you can buy. There is, in fact, one level of boat below your default one, and that's the steam launch. Possibly there's a reason you might want to set Zee in a boat the size of a dining room table. Possibly. It's effectively the size of a lifeboat. You know, if you look in detailed information, you can see the various deals, like our base default ship has 75 hull, which is this right here. It is the durability of our ship. If it reaches 0, you sink. And when you sink, you die. You don't want that. Your hold capacity, which, as I said, how much stuff you can carry. Your weight class, which is effectively it's effectively tied to your engine power and influences how fast you can go. Your quarters, which is how much crew you can carry. We can crew, we can carry 10 crew. We start with 8. Generally, you don't necessarily want to be fully maxed, but you do need to be above half and such, so you run effectively. If you're below that point, you can't do so, so you kind of want a buffer, but you don't want to have too many, because the more crew you have, the more supplies they eat up. And then you have your various ship slots. As I said, it shows what access to items you have in these things. No, that's the base default one you have. The one lower, which you can just trade in and get 500 echoes, well, one hole. Yes, that's right, one hole. You have 1 hit point in this tiny little dinghy. You have 5 hold capacity, 500 weight. You're only 500 weight, very light. You only have room for 4. You have minus 20 to your iron bonus. So you just flat out have less irons for being in this tiny little dinghy, but hey, you're an itty bitty little bit stealthier. Certainly no reason. This is our tramp. This is our steamer. This tramp server has served well, but for a long time. And that's what we have. It's your basic default. And then you kind of effectively want to build up for your ships. Your cutter, your corvette, your merchant cruiser, frigate, and then the big daddy of them all, the dreadnought. But that is a long ways away. For now, we are just beginning. Here's your advice for captains. Much lamented M. Demo found a watery grave long ago. Probably your end will be no better, but if you read this book of invaluable advice, your chances will improve. On endings and beginnings. Captains often die. This is not the end. When you die, you'll learn lessons which will help you survive next time. Beware, the layout of the Undersea changes with each new captain, but home waters are stable, and islands will only move so far. Basically what it's saying, and it's kind of the neat thing about Sunless Sea, is that at the beginning of each run, your map is not set in stone. The only thing that's set in stone is generally what's called the home waters, which is our little western side of the board, where London and the like is. It's generally stable. The rest of the map can be very random on where the different locations wind up. There'll always be the same locations. Those are set. Where they are, however, will change up, and can influence a lot on good runs or the like. Important things. Legacies. Future captains can inherit some skills, officers, equipment, and money. Over time, you'll find extra items and adventures that allow you to preserve a greater inheritance. Basically, you can transfer over some things if you die. If you set some certain things up, you can get more. Important for how dangerous the Neath is. On exploration. Exploration is the heart of the game. Risk brings reward. Staying close to London is safe, but eventually you'll run out of fuel and supplies. Exploring and playing port stories will allow you to find secrets and echoes. Spending secrets and echoes. Speak to your officers to spend secrets on improving your abilities. Spend echoes on equipment in ports. You can often find officers in London. That's as said. On Mercy, Unforgiving mode is how the game is meant to be played. One autosave, updated whenever you reach port, and wiped on death. If you're getting frustrated or want a more leisurely exploration, you can switch to Merciful mode. Merciful mode. Saving or loading it manually will permanently switch your character to Merciful mode. This will remove the Invictus token. Completing a game with the Invictus token intact is a badge of honor. I've never done that. We'll see if I can do it in lists. On machines, your Prowl Lump dispels darkness, reduces terror, increase, allows you to find Z marks. Your engines, of course, drive the ship forward into the night. Both your Prowl Lamp and your engines are fuel. More powerful engines use more fuel, but all lamps use fuel at the same rate. Try not to run out of fuel. Note that the Admiralty will compensate you with fuel for port reports. Port reports, well, we'll see in a bit. On finding place to explore, use your Zee Bat Scout. Technically, it's Chiropterscope, but we're among friends here. Zee Bat? Press Z, or click the Zee Bat button at the bottom of the screen, and it'll tell you where the nearest undiscovered island is. Be warned, if you're moving, it'll give less accurate directions. Pause to get the most accurate reading. So, I mean, that's how you get around. Effectively. That's how you'll find things. Pressing Z. It's like, it says to stay still will give you more accurate directions, but it's not necessarily too bad to use it on the move either. It can give you a general sense of things. On fighting, when your enemy is in the arc of your guns, you'll see the firing solution. The glow around the fire buttons increase. When it's complete, let them have it. You can fire earlier if you like, but you may miss. Larger ship may have access to different gun slots. Avoiding enemy attacks. A green glow means your enemy is in the light, or basically your prow lamp from the front of your boat. Enemy ships also have an arc on their guns. Try to stay out of their way. Enemy Z-Beasts will generally try to ram or bite you, thus emerge between times to avoid your attacks. If you're careful and turn your lights off, you may also be able to sneak up behind them and get a shot in first. Basically, ships and Z-Beasts act very, very differently. Generally, you don't mind being up close to ships, as long as you try to kind of stick out of their guns. Z-Beasts, you generally tend to want to keep a distance. Or, yeah. They'll start biting and ramming you, and that gets really bad really quickly. On stories, when you put into port, you can generally explore and exhaust the story options until your next visit. Something awaits you. If you have the something awaits you quality when at sea, you know that more story is waiting for you when you make port. It'll crop up whenever you're sailing around. You see a flavor message like distant bells, that means you have something awaits. It'll also appear elsewhere on the screen. It's basically telling you that when you land in port, you can do things. If you don't have it, there's a lot less options to do in the places. It'll appear after a certain amount of time. It'll refresh after a certain amount of time upon using it. On terror. Terror increases gradually over time while you're out at sea, away from land. Watch the skull. That part right there. When you see orange or red pips, terror will bump up if you spend much longer in the frightening place. Many events will increase it too. Terror is a constant enemy. How do I reduce it? Use shore leave in London or in other ports, but London is most cost effective to reduce it. Lots and lots of other stories increase or reduce terror. It's something you'll be constantly managing on your journey. Oh, new stories. Well, new stories in the game from time to time. Yeah, don't worry about that. And then sell this book. You're a veteran captain and require no more advice? Very well then. We'll sell it. Sold. Someone else will better appreciate Demo's work. No longer have it? Easy 50 coins. It's good to have. Now, there's also a submariner tool. This is the expansion stuff, huh? Welcome, delicious friend. We do not know, we can't choose how to use your submarine because we don't have one. How to acquire a submarine, though? Her Majesty's Admiralty has sworn off submarine exploration. However, you've heard tales of unofficial research into submarine travel being conducted in her distant colony. Travel to the southern coast and follow it to find Port Carnelian. There, you will learn how to convert your ship into a submarine. Be sure you're prepared for the journey. That will be in the future. Now we're just starting off. Navigator Spoon, you fall into conversation with another sea captain. One with at least one voyage to their credit. Earnest advice. They've paid clearly to learn these lessons. You'll gain from their scars. Stanford's expanse and the reef. Your helmsman hand shaking. Turn back. Turn back before the dreams begin. The flukes are old, as the powers of the sea go. But they're not the very oldest. The bizarre, too, is a power of the sea. There are some of the forces in Linneath. The bizarre is here where London is. Navigator's Council. You've heard of veteran's advice. It gives you 3 secrets for doing that. The root of all good. Discuss secrets with your officers to improve your skills. You can speak to your officers by right-clicking their portraits. So, let's show that off before we touch other things. Say, with our Longshanks gunner. Speak to the Longshanks gunner. Alright, Captain. What do you want me to shoot at now? Longshanks gunner is not the most distinguished of officers, but she'll do until you find someone better. So as you can see, you can talk with her, you can proposition her after a certain point. You need irons. But main thing to show here is increase your iron. I'll swap here. Spending a secret will improve your iron, but no higher than 50. Some officers have higher margins on what you can increase, but generally it's a pretty good idea to up your stats. Better stats you have, the better you'll fare in combat situations and skill checks. So if you have a secret, you can just do this. And days with the regiment. The gunner ran with the regiment. The urchin gang who keep a cannon in a high clock tower. But the urchin gangs reject adults, and now she plies her skills at sea. And the way she stumbles over the story, she still misses them. And spend a secret, get a piece of irons. Well, a skill rank in irons, rather. But yeah, the regiment. That's the urchin gang that has a cannon. And that's what you can basically do with your officers. Other officers later on will have stories to them. She's pretty basic. Because she's your starting one. Now, while at London, other than whole purchasing and buying and stuffs, you can go to the lodgings. Here you can catch up with your correspondences, rest, or retire altogether from seafaring life. Here you can catch up with your correspondence, rest, or retire from seafaring life. The better your lodgings, the better the quality of your retirement. Naturally. Here, and one of the important things to always do, when you get back, read the morning papers. The Expurgated Gazette, the magazine formerly known as the London Magazine, the Spiteful Trumpeter. Spiteful Trumpeter News. It's like if you don't have any recent news, you can read the morning paper. News from abroad. The Khanate is threatening war. They always are. London's colonies in the Carnelian coast want independence. They always do. The Undersea, the paper's report, has undergone another alteration. Not yet it hasn't. You'd know. Oh-ho! A promotional coupon from Miss Plenty's provisioners for a half cask of salt herring. You could use that. You'll always get recent news from reading the paper. Outlying colonies are often eager for this. Can't collect more than one recent news at a time, so generally spend it before you cash it in. And me getting the supplies is effectively a rare success of this. Not always guaranteed to get supplies, but got one there. You can visit your study, but you need a lodgings big enough for it. You can rest. Don't have echoes to go out, so you can best stay at home. It's one of the ways to reduce terror, heal the wound, and give you a restful night. Restful nights counter nightmares. Nightmares you get from terrors. Here, and this is going to be important for us as far as making money and retiring in wealth, is how you upgrade your lodgings. The first step to do it from that is to purchase an elegant townhouse. Good address in Hollow Street. It won't be cheap, It's your upgrade from your basic starting area. It requires 1,000 echoes. We don't have anywhere close. You can retire, but you need to have either an elegant townhouse or a Zee-side mansion. You can't just retire right off the bat. None of that. To view options which are in the game, and safely scrutinize them without choosing one. Or, back to the rest of the city. What's waiting for you in London indeed, London. She's the greatest city on the Undersea, and don't you forget it. No bias at all. None whatsoever. You are given a lot of options in London. This one's just free. Adopt a Blemmigan Gallivanter. A Blemmigan sits atop a splintered crate, clicking and whistling at captains as they come near. A polite bow. You extend your hand, and the Blemmigan hops, leaps on. Its tendrils entwine with your fingers, and it chitters quietly, meets your gaze, and bobs its dome in greeting. It's very small. Is it old enough for naval service? You're pretty sure its mustache has been drawn on in pen, in an attempt to look older. As you approach your ship's gangplank, the creature flutes and vibrates with apparent happiness. The bosom winces as you bring it aboard. That is a mascot officer. What a keen little mushroom. Yep, it's a mushroom. Gets 3 pages and 3 mirrors and 2 pages. Effectively, no reason not to switch it out immediately unless you really need hearts for something. Keep in mind, you can switch officers for free at port. If you try switching them out at Zee, well, yeah, it'll cause issues. I don't like that. Don't do that. You can also visit the Admiralty Survey Office. They'll pay for information from Zee captains. Find out what and how. Admiralty's picket fleets and intelligence networks are long gone. The Survey Office pays Zee captains a small sum for recent information. Visit and investigate ports to gain port reports, and trade them in here. First time you trade in a port report, you'll gain an Admiralty's favor. So every first time you turn one in, you'll get that favor, then a little bit of cash, fuel, and what have you. Subsequent times, you still get the echoes and the fuel, so it's still great to just keep on picking them up after you cash them in. Can ask if there's anything in particular you need. Well, if we can be assured of your discretion. This is, I think, just this is just an alternate little mission deal. I don't think I can do that now, because I'm on the foggy street. Turn your collar up, huh? It's like, where's start to begin? We can do this, because we have a secret, huh? Visit the university. The university has an inexhaustible appetite for secrets. Zee specimens specimens, and other tidbits of esoteric lore. Provide a secret to prove yourself worthy of entry. Find secrets by locating locations of interest or informed boards. So, I mean, we can just do this because we have a secret. Quite impressed. Oh yes, the university's maritime liaison whispers breathily. Oh yes, this is quite a tasty one. Let me explain it to you. He explains, teeth glinting. Lost a secret? You are now, you now have favors of the antiquarian, which is comb the seas for stories and other treasures. And we've gained a rank of pages. And we meet the Alarming Scholar. Alarming Scholar is mercurial, to say the least. A creature of sudden moods and provoking teeth. Possibly her, is it her? Appointment as University Maritime Liaison was precautionary. To keep is it his? Razor-sharp enthusiasm from causing too much injuries in the faculty. Ah, yes, the scholar whispers breathily. I have a budget for acquisitions. What have you brought me? Do you have any knowledge items for that the scholar will buy? They'll appear below. And there's various things you can sell for them that we very much do not have because we're at the start of the game. We can, however, do this. Ask the scholar about the whisper-locked box, cobweb lights, silver tumblers will align if the words are right. But what are the words? Perhaps the makers of the box will know. Playful London fight the whisper-locked box. We have... I have an idea where it's from, but it's a long way there, and I may be wrong, so perhaps I rather like the box. Perhaps you should simply sell it to me. You could just sell her, the box, for 100 echoes, or politely refuse and ask her, his, advice. We'll ask the advice. Irene, I'd say. The Iremi like locks. They like puzzles. They can make things that are, honestly, impossible. Their city is perched on Parabola's rim, like a hummingbird on the finger of a god. Go to Irene. Perhaps they can open it for you. Perhaps they can tell you how. That the scholar has suggested you seek answers in Irene, in the far northeast from London. And when they mean far northeast, they mean far northeast. You are seeking the phrase that will open a whisper-locked sea chest. So, that will wait on for now. Because that is a long, long way away. Alright. I think the last thing we can do, I think we've done what we can on London. Yeah, we can hire more crew. We don't want that. Ah, yes, we do want this, however. Put your ship in for dry dock, by the way. That's for repairs or some other purpose. Predominantly repairs. We don't need to worry about that. There's a new recruit once the new recruit deal has it. I believe that in specific is for recruiting officers, although you can recruit crew from it as well. But it's predominantly officers. But here, for a one-time deal, offer passage to a tomb colonist. An immigrant will pay to be taken north to Vanderbilt. Unlocked when objective tomb colonist is you're uninvolved with the tomb colonist. You have this. And you have no more than 0 tomb colonists. We might as well. Immigrant will pay to be taken north to Vanderbilt. Generally, Vanderbilt is one of those locations that are set in stone. It is literally just north. North on the far eastern end of the map. It's oddly difficult to die in fallen London, But when the Londoner is too tatty and wretched to live, they wrap themselves in bandages and take the ship for the tomb colonies. Your crew can't. Your crew cart these ones aboard in padded coffins. They'll sleep there until the journey is done. The tomb colonist is in your hold. Take them north to the colony of Venderbite and sell them there. Take the tomb colonists to Venderbite. Just what precisely is their problem? You have 1 times tomb colonists. Technically, passengers rather than goods, but you'll never know. But you never know it to talk to them. They pay their passage to the tomb colonists, sell them there. And, well, as I said, they legit do appear in our hold. And now, someone in the docks wants to board your ship, a passenger. Agree to carry the Nomic Galavant to the Cumian Canal, or the Iron and Misery Funging Station, or both. History is a horse. Who will prick it with their spurs, he cries to no one in particular. Drop of blood may be as precious as a ruby. Octo request. We might as well. There's no reason not to, as far as we know. Welcome to board. He puffs out his chest. Ruby studs gleam in the lamplight. I knew London had an enterprising soul still left in it. I am seeking truth, citizen, which, I am told, I may find in the Iron and Misery Funging Station, in the Cumian Canal. Ideally, I'd learn both, but I could settle for one. For a poor sea soul, there will be a contest, and we will change the world with a game of chess. A king will fall. Yeah. I'll try not to spoil too much of knowledge that I do know, because Sunless Sea does have a lot of mysteries to it, and it is fun in that regard. It is a fun world. So, we welcome this fine chap aboard. And now, that leaves us just with where to go. Well, the game has kind of already set us off in that respects. And that's Venderbite. I am gonna stock up on a little bit more fuel and supplies. I don't exactly remember which is the golden ratio, but I think generally having like 2 times the amount of fuel of your supplies is a safe-ish way to go about it. I'll see if that's remembered right or not very quickly. So, with that, there's our recent news and our secret and our curiosities. There in our miscellaneous is the request for passage and the ruby writing, bound for both the Cumian Canal and the Iron and Mystery Co-Funging Station. On a mission, board will forever alter, he says. So, those are the other places you can go. Venderbite is a pretty safe deal, though. So, once we close out that, we appear in here. Our fuel's ticked over to take over to the next regard. Our hunger increases once you're outside of it, so don't linger around too long, and press E to launch. You can turn your lights on or off. You can increase your speed, you generally want to. There's your Z-Bat right there. You can repair if you're that, but that's a really bad way of repairing. See here, discovered. We've discovered another place. Fragments are gained from that. And here's the wonderful music. There's my location. Burnett. Can full power to the engines. That is risky to do. It's an emergency deal. You know, it's like... there's this place right here. This generally, Hunter's Keep tends to be another pretty set-in-stone place. You can dock there. And Hunter's Keep, a hump of dark rock wrapped swathed in mist, like 100 other undersea islands. But here's a grand house. Windows aglow. Lawns, impossibly green and lush in the false starlight. Raked gravel paths. You stand on the dock as the sea nudges the ship's sides. An unexpectedly warm breeze carries the faintest trace of lavender. We have our options. Present yourself at the house. They will have heard your ship come in. Why hide? Walk in the gardens. Take a couple of burly sailors with you, just in case. The gardens are tranquil as moonlight. You can reconnoiter the island. Plunging cliffs, soft green lawns, a well tucked away in a fold of the grounds. Anything else? You'll note, and this is a key thing to keep track of, this one has this requirement of locked with no more than 0 times a port report Hunter's Keep. You want to keep an eye out on these things because these are the options that give you, well, your port reports, which are, well, important. The sea silence. Ships rarely come here. Nothing changes, even the weather. The house is the heart of the isle, the house, and the sisters. The Admiralty may be happy to know that nothing's changed, at least. An odd place. Best to keep an eye on it. Alright, then we have our options. Here's the last option. Spy on the house. This place may not be as simple as it seems. We, having started with high veils, just have a 100% chance of success. Kind of shows your first one of these steals. Your first challenge. And it'll usually say your percentage chance of getting it. In this case, we have 100, so why not? Piano music drifts across the terrace. You peer through a half-open French window into a grand parlor. Grand in size. It's, if a little reduced in style by dust and neglect. Dark-haired, pale-skinned young woman bends earnestly over a piano keyboard. Another, fair-haired, but unmistakably her sister, sprawls on the sofa with a book. A third sits by the fireplace, staring sorrowfully into the embers. Soon, she says, and the piano music falters and stops. We'll go hungry, and then the end will come, for me, but not for you. The pianist raises her eyes from the keyboard. Hush! If we don't speak of it, she frowns. Has she seen you at the windows? You withdraw. Ominous. As is most things in the Neath. You know something of Hunter's Keep, huh? And we gain some fragments. Fragments are good. They give secrets. And now we but have the option to present yourself at the house. Well, I have heard your ship come in. Why hide? Knock and enter. A maid with smoldering topaz eyes shows you into the parlor where 3 young women wait. A visitor, the youngest cries. The next youngest chuckles, the eldest sighs. Do excuse the indecorum, she says. Visitors are rare. You are very welcome. I am Cynthia. The noisy one is Phoebe. Phoebe. The cheerful one is Lucy. You're in good time for lunch. Will you join us? Acquainted with the Sisters of Hunter's Keep, huh? You've been known to visit the 3 Sisters of Hunter's Keep. And that is basically giving us a free something happens to do this event, huh? You'll find a story when next you make board. Receive this from time to time as you travel the Zee. And, well, we have our options. We can have luncheon with the sisters Cynthia. Cynthia's the eldest, melancholy, pensive, occasionally dramatic. Luncheon with the sisters Lucy. Lucy, the middle sister, is sunny, restless, prone to giggles. Luncheon with the sisters. Phoebe. Phoebe is a soft voice, watchful, unpredictable. Also, news. Even when the sisters aren't feeling sociable, they can be tempted out of there by the smell of news stories. That's basically to get these events, but if you don't have something that awaits you, you can trade in your recent news for, well, for a visit. Luncheon with the sisters. We'll go with Phoebe. Here's a story. Phoebe has a story to tell, of two lovers parted by water, of a raven that carried messages, of a fragment of the moon. She beats time on the table as she speaks, as if to a song only she can hear. The effect is hypnotic. Her tension drifts out through the skylight of the dining room. To the false stars gathered in the roof of the cavern, you drift like a puffball spore. The energy shimmers below. Islands lie like mineral specimens on black velvet. Ships bob like wood ships beneath the islands. Vast spined things pulse in the depths. There's a scent like the scent before a storm. The storm came, says Phoebe quietly. Everything changed. Somewhere in there, you finished the last course. Scowling maid reluctantly serves cheese and bath Oliver biscuits. Now have one memory of distant shores. The university and the tomb colonists, they'll pale away for stories of far lands. You've gained 1 supplies. You've lost your hunger. Fragments are in the same. You now have the gods of the Zee. Storm's attention. Ancient anger knows you. Oh good. One of the gods of the Zee. Storm. There's 2 others. Salt and Stone. None of them you particularly want to piss off. Yeah, none of them you want to piss off. Of course, we also can. Fire's empty. Where's the sisters? That's if you don't have a something else event. But because we have some news and we're not expected to visit many other places, we'll just go in with some news. I can wait. Ask the sulfur-eyed maid to carry a few hints of your news to the sisters. Oddly enough, she comes back with a message that their headaches are cured and you're invited to lunch. In this case, we're gonna have luncheon with Lucy. A daft tale. Lucy leans over and whispers to you confidently. A complex story about a butler, a pig, and an inheritance. Don't follow all the details of the plot, but somehow the pig ends up in an attic, and the butler in a vicar's bed. Candles flicker, dishes enter and leave, and the wind butts gently at the window panes. By the time the plum pudding arrives, you're as cheerful as you've been in months. We haven't gained any of that, but what we have gained a supply, and we have gained gods of the Zee, Stone's attention. Stone's attention as well. Ah, good. Although I think that's one of the better ones. Storm's kind of and that's as much as we can do at Hunter's Keep. So let's continue onwards. You'll see if we go up here, we can bring up our map. Shows our locations, shows where we are, shows where we can go. And that's not the only space. This is our entire map. So by that sound, things still do keep on going, I believe. Or maybe it does pause. Maybe. Probably. Either way, your map is useful for keeping track of things. You fill it out, it stays filled out. Unless you die. Then you start anew. And that you just have to deal with. There's plenty of land there. There's areas to explore and get stuff, so I'll do that once I get there. Here's where you can track your supplies and fuel. It is very good to track it. Because we have basically your basic ship and your basic engine. Our fuel actually goes down pretty low. We also don't get anywhere very quickly. But that bell, something awaits you in port. Let's turn. Also notice there's a crab there. That crab will try to kill you. Just, yeah. Beware. And here is Vanderbite. Just up north, as they said. Just effectively a straight ride. Home waters are pretty confidently the same. And dock, Vanderbite. The trouble with tomb colonists. You've brought this decaying immigrant to north. Now what? Help out an immigrant. Your tomb colonist passenger yanks off her bandages. She looks remarkably healthy for a tomb colonist. Not as dead as I look, she confesses, and I won't get ashore without your help. Yes, the constables are looking for me back home. Is that a problem? Or make no promises of discretion. Keep your nose clean. We'll drop her off at the dock, as you promised, and after that, it's her problem. I mean, kind of given an option. You'll notice it's like, unlike when Memoirs is a street urchin, so this is specific to being a street urchin. They vary depending upon your start. On your past, rather. Well, let's help an immigrant out, Now we gain some suspicion. Muffled oars. You slip your furtive passenger past the skin check post and the confirmation of consultation. Thanks, Captain, she remarks casually. Let me teach you a couple of tricks, just in case you do this again. And here's a little hush money. You brought a criminal to Vanderbite and assisted her. So what precisely is their problem? I've gained a rank of veils. I've gained 200 echoes. I've gained a menace, suspicion. Oh, you rapscallion. This will increase as you conduct criminal activities or have contact with rough sorts. The higher your suspicion, the more fiercely the excise will search your ship. Something to keep aware of. There are some things. There is contraband that you do not want to be found. The contraband might surprise you. And we've lost a tomb colonist. Because we delivered them. But here is Vanderbite. The tomb colony of Vanderbite. On deck you can hear the sound that 1,000 bandaged dead make as they shuffle and cough. Something like the world's most restless concert audience. Or the world's most plague-ridden cathedral. You have your things. These two deals are relevant to submariner content, which we don't have yet. This is a terror reduction. We don't actually have much terror at the moment, which is why we need terror 25. It is, however, pricey. 50 echoes. Dusty glass of wine. Vanderbite is not the most promising place for shore leave. Too much decay. Too little light. Too many bandaged walking corpses. Few companions of easy virtue. No cinnamon, no recent newspapers, very little pickled cave herring. Because, you know, priorities. We can, however. There's options of, we can explore Vanderbite. Here, they favor candlelight over gaslight. The shadows are swaggered like cobwebs. Tomb colonists stand still enough to be mistaken for sculpture until they laugh or cough. One building in 3 seems abandoned. Do that in a moment. There is, however... here's an important one. Gather gossip. Who's plotting what out in the tomb colonies? Along the coast of the undersea, it's remarkably hard to die. The decrepit and nearly dead who leave London become tomb colonists and settle here in bandaged peace. But they don't give up their ties to home, or their politics. You gather a haul of complex clues, enough to keep your contacts in London interested. Now have One of this, a port report, vendor bite. Tomb colonists fill their hours with conspiracy. Some of the conspiracies are of interest in London. Alright, we head back. There is this. Don't worry about the last tour operator, that's a much later game thing. For specific reason, you'll note. Place 12 supplies for 12 tomb colonists. And it's a whole bunch of different areas around the undersea. You need more cargo hold for that. And the ability and capability to do so. Visit the first curator. Pardon me. Zee Captains. The Zee Captains, the first curator gives audience. The first curator is responsible for the preservation of the tomb colonies. It has been here much longer than London, like all the oldest tomb colonists. But even tomb colonists dissolve in the end. Its time is close. We want to go here. It's important. The first curator's Mons. No more light. The obsequious steward cautions you. The curator is terribly afraid of moths. He opens the door and you step into near darkness. A pair of luminous lamplighter bees buzz in a latticed ivory tube. There's no other source of light. A bandaged shape no larger than a child lies crumpled on a couch. Lays crumpled on a couch. It lifts its head with obvious effort. It takes several seconds for you to distinguish its voice from the soft buzz of bees. Listen to a whispered request. Zee Captain, Silkskin. Not much left of me. I will go into the Grand Sanatorium. Bring me colors. 7 colors. Pay well. Well, 7 colors. Cosmodrome, Irigo, Pelican. Steward has list. Find them here and there, across the wide black sea. Ask about the Grand Sanatorium. One hears the name whispered here and there in the arcades of vendor bite. A long, low chuckling. Oh, Silkskin, you don't want to know. Chuckling becomes a cough. We don't die here below, not unless we go to Zee. So we needed something else, somewhere to end. Well, accept the commission. Thank you. This poor flesh thirsts for colors. No more words. It collapses, rustling, back on the couch. Even the effort of speaking seems to have diminished it a little. The audience is over. As the door opens, it shrinks from the finger of light that reaches across the floor. Outside, the obsequious steward nods. The book? Yes, the book. He hands you a slim, illustrated volume. The curator is old as dust. We will all be grateful to you do this last favor. Oh, one moment. Sorry about that. Grateful if you do this one last favor. You've gained one of this, the Neathbow. A book for children. 1 page is devoted to each of the colors of the Neath, which are not found on the surface. Now have one of this, a page from the Neathbow. Aposion. A wakes Aposion, the blue of memory and brightest coral. A page from the Neathbow. Cosmogen, the color of remembered suns. The fecund, Voidid, the fungal. These flourish in the glow of Cosmogen. A page from the Neathbow. Gant. G is lost in Gant, which remains with all the color when all of the other colors are eaten, and can be found where shadows are mirrored. Page from the Neathbow. Irigo. I is for Irigo. No one remembers why. Irigo colors the forgotten corners of home. Page from the Neathbow. Pelican. P drowns in Pelican, the color of the deepest sea. Someone has scrawled in the margin, beyond the gate there is a sea more sunless. A page from the Neathbow. Violent. V marks violent when blood is shed in inspired place. Violent ink is employed for the most desperate treaties. Page from Neathbow. Viric. Behind your mirror, V names Viric, the color of shallow sleep. And yeah, we now have all those various pages in our curiosities. And we have... And I think we have a general thing. Now I've got to see Zee's attentions right there. You can see our terror and those sort of deals just chilling there now. One moment. I think I need to make the font a little bit bigger for me. Okay, maybe not that big unless I bump it. My eyes are not the best. It's nice to have that stuff, by the way. Yeah, that should be a bit better. Like, most of the UI stuff is fine, but trying to read from a distance, like, from a little bit of distance like that is, yeah, wee bit on the straining side. Tomb colonists, something we can do, and that we probably should do. Explore vendor bites, Just use up this deal. These events, by the way, generally tend to be random when it's just a random exploration deal. So the results you get are tied to the quality of what your something awaits you. The quality of that has a variable that's always attached to it, but generally, unless you're looking up fully on the wiki, you don't know what's associated with what. The Lamplighter's Arcade. Here they sell copper jewelry, grimacing little faces, and squat, rectilinear figures, a tradition from before London, they claim. You part with a few small coins for a cheery-looking thing with an expression like a tipsy bat. Perhaps it will bring you good dreams. Huh. I lost some terror. Fair enough. Lost some terror. As you'll note, you can... This vendor bite does have things. It buys wine and candles for, I think, generally when they're buying things, it's used, and they don't also sell it. It's generally over the normal value. Whether it's full value, nothing much knows. Fuel and supplies, you'll notice, more expensive by like 10 each. This is why it's important to plan things out in the right spots. It's the arcade of size. Here, the solemn bandaged merchants of the colonies trade old cold coins for brighter things. Hollow temple. It just sells things. Image of a long-snouted reptile god still stands in the temple, but now storytellers gather here. In the charnel lounge. Do you have tomb colonists? Drop them off here for payment. This is if you happen to pick up tomb colonists from other sources, not that story beat. You can sell them for cold 15 echoes a pop. Not the most efficient, but if you have them, well, no reason not to sell them if you're around the area. You can also just jettison to calling this off. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. Alright, there's not a whole lot much else in Renderbite for us at the moment. We could do that event, which gave us stuff. There's more fragments from exploring places. This time I'm gonna hug a bit closer to the coast to explore some more things, some more fragments. I'm presuming the crab might just leave us alone. He's all the way over there, after all. Yeah, especially when you're on the starting ship with just starter weapons and stuff. Don't underestimate anything. Most things can probably kill you. Smallest crab and upwards. So yeah, if you stick to coastlines, it tends to be pretty safe because on your terror and the like, close to shore, your crew likes that. The more out in the ocean you are, the more terrified they will be of such. Not go down that. Although you don't want to just accidentally run into the coast. That will cause your ship damage. For bashing into things. Shockingly no surprise there in that regards. Drink finger waste. One of the areas above London. Technically part of it, all this is London. Because London is not small. Even when it's ripped from the ground and carried away by bats. They have an upcoming game which relates a lot with the events around that, around the fall of London and the immediate time afterward. It's a visual novel, which is different from these folks. But I'm looking forward to it. It has a fun premise. Something awaits me in port. Back to the safety of London. Ah, look. Here's the sort of things that could happen. Note, they'll only happen when you have something is attached to you. So you can use that to kinda sorta cheese things if you can get it back quick enough. But generally, if you have nothing to hide, then well, it doesn't matter. Although if you also don't have something that awaits you in port and you dock at in London, you don't get the benefits of a new time in London. So, it's a balance. An inspection by the Ministry of Public Decency. Some things are too illegal for the Customs Service to admit the existence of. The Ministry are here looking for those. Nothing to hide. You shrug and invite them to search your ship as thoroughly as they would like. You could also try to bribe them. Gentle encouragement. You never dream of impeding their duty, but surely there are other, more dangerous ships on the undersea. If you have nothing to hide, though, no reason to spend, like, 500 echoes. You'll note the things that acquire mint are that of freaking of red honey and vials of red honey. Don't worry about that at the moment. Just know we do not have any right now, and that is fine. Oh, and also no gift for the Pirate King. Definitely don't worry about what that is. Try to find them to search your ship as thoroughly as they would like. They leave scuff marks on the newly scrubbed decks and take great pleasure in tangling the rigging. They find nothing more dangerous than moldy ship's biscuit. And because we had nothing to hide, I've lost my menace. Suspicion. New total, 0. Returning to London, the lights of London welcome you home. This store that only appears when you've been at sea for a little while. Breath of relief is if your terror is very high. Terror's not very high. So, collect messages from the harbor master. All the clatter and song of the dockside, it soothes the soul. Are there messages for you? Let's see. Something has changed in Leneath. Another day. Time the healer. Your time at Zee will change you. And London. Someone wants to sign on. That's all for now. You have one of this, another day, a free evening. And the Rose Market bustles on Roser's Wharf. Who will be there today? A market for collectors and eccentrics thrones on Roser's Wharf. Huh? So, now that we have these things, we have, well, a whole selection of options that are just sitting here for us. Consider a specialist surgeon. She is staying at a respectable boarding house near the docks and has made it known that she is available for work. I specialize in amputations. It's easy to acquire unwanted appendages at Zee. Employ the Cladary Hare. Her talents could be well employed on your vessel. The Cladary Hare is a doctor who increases hearts and iron. It's a surgeon officer. For only 30 echoes. We might as well get her. Welcome aboard. She comes with a bag full of knives and her own personal sharpening stone. Don't touch these. Don't let anyone else touch them. Appoint your new officer by dragging her from the officer's tab to her slot at the bottom of the screen. Do this in port, not at sea, or you may unsettle your crew. Basically just so you don't have this. Lost 30 echoes. You now have one of this, the Cladary Hare, and you have no more recruits for the moment. So that's another use for it. You can do it for at the docks as well, and it'll kind of give you a more random toss-up, but this is a fine officer to just have. Expert in amputations. Gives you a doctor on board, hearts +6, iron +6. And that's why she's good. Hearts is good for terror events. And irons is more damage. More damage is more damage. You can speak to her. She works with 2 scalpels at a time, or with a scalpel and a tined instrument, pinning open the flesh she's working on. Her operations are brisk and yield very little blood. You do that, you can proposition her as you can. Most people can increase your hearts by spending secrets, but we need to be learning about her, which we can do with this. Invite her to dine with you. Does she wield a fork the way she wields a surgical instrument? You must have supplies for her to do it, so we shall do so. Precise bite sizes. The cooked flesh arrives still in its shell. From the claws, 8 legs, body, and head, she renders a dozen neat, bite-sized piles of shredded flesh, sutured with mushroom, or pinned together with a needle of chitin. Perhaps she has missed a calling as a chef. She denies it. My mother was the child of a surgeon in the first city. You might say that knife work runs in the family. There's a wicked, quickering smile at the corner of her mouth. Then there are the rumors about my father. She would deny there's any truth in those. Lost one supplies. Occurrence occurred. You're learning about the Cladary Hare quality is now alerted to rumors about the Cladary Hare's parentage. You've grown close. Is that safe? Now, to ask her about her father, you need a strange catch. We do not have a strange catch. But we can now use her to increase arts with secrets, if need be. We don't need to do that at the moment. There is the Roser's Wharf. The Rose Market caters to collectors and eccentrics, anyone with exotic tastes and the gumption to harass Zee captains. according to the archaic rules of the market, you can only make one trade per visit. Choose wisely. People at the roast market will pay above the usual price for specific goods. At the moment, what people are offering sell involves extraordinary implications, unread logs. We don't have any of those. This will usher a new day and perhaps new buyers if you want to do that. We have no reason to bother with that at the moment. Also, this deal, a little gift. A very fine evening to you, Captain. What you might call mentor is very fond of adventurous sea captains, and he would like to offer you what you might call a dispensation on account of he is so fond of sea captains. Behind the blind bruiser on the dock stands a dray piled high with fuel and supplies. I don't like that. It's like, yes, this is all the sus. Well, I'm not bother with that at the moment. It is what you might say, a trap. Well, not a trap, it just kind of puts you in service. So, this is where you can also use that sort of deal, but we did it for her. So, we can visit the Admiralty's survey office now. Because we have some port reports. Hunter's Keep. I trust the sisters are keeping well. They are citizens of her enduring majesty. Notionally. Turn it in. And we no longer have the port report. We gain 5 echoes because it's literally just right next door. Further away port reports give you more cash, more echoes. But because this is the first time we've done it, we now have one favor, the Admiralty's favor. You've done service for the Admiralty, and they won't forget it. Visit Hunter's Keep has been confirmed by the Admiralty Records Office. An odd place. Best keep an eye on it. And we gained some fuel. We can also do Fender Bite. What have the nearly dead been up to, then? Submitted. 10 echoes, because it's a little bit further away. Another favor. Some more fuel. More than 2. No more than 2. No more than 2. We need another one for those, I believe. Was there anything else in London? Can I have on more crew? I do not need to do that. Yes, of course. The thing I said you should always make sure to do when you can. Read the morning papers. Excellent. More supplies. This is good. More supplies is always good. We have 8 supplies. 2, 1, 2. Let us get a bit more fuel. It's in our hold. It is just that. A little bit more supplies than we need to be, but then again, we were just given these, so no harm, no foul. As for what we shall do now, well, someone wanted to visit some places. Canal in the Iron Mystery Code Funging Station. Now, I happen to know that the canal, in specific, tends to be south. Now note, and I'm just showing this because it is absolutely a trap, but gives me some discovery things. If you just head immediately south, you're not gonna get that far. You then just kind of wind up here in the corner. But the cool thing to show from this is, yeah, now they were talking about the bazaar. There it is, the Echo Bazaar. Spires and those glowing rings of some sort of scripture. I know what it is, but this is a bazaar. It is one of the big powers in the Zee. In the Neath. And currently home to where London happens to be, though. heading south because that is where the also Department of Menace Eradication. It's exactly on the tin. We don't visit in this, but it is a important location in Fall London. It's responsible for, well, the eradication of menaces. Certain beasties and the like. Speaking of beasties, we have a beastie right in front of us. Oreo Megalops. It's a crab. I think it's seen us. Back up, back up, back up. We need 2 hits to do it, and here it charges. Here it's dead. The Megalops defeated with a forlorn and wailing cry. The Megalops turns on its backs and legs neatly folded as bluish blood gouts from its wounds. Golden glow begins to dim. Either dissect it for knowledge, not really that great of an option on this one, or butcher it for supplies. Supplies is a good option here. Pale and salty meat, the crew will feast. That glowing flesh is unstable. It crisps and withers as the glow fades, so eat it while it's fresh. You've lost 36 hunger. And that's why it's nice. And now let's get the all clear, because it is all clear. And note that we do have a place right down here on an island. Oh, hello Jasper. Good evening to you. Hope your day's been well and such. My day sure has been. I hope the same goes for you as well. As you can see, I'm playing something new because I finished Elden Ring. It is Sunless Sea. It is a fun game. Mutton Island. Fires on the hillside. Quaker's Haven. Once, this simple fishing village was part of the London suburbs before London fell and the waters rushed in. Smoke spirals from cottage chimneys. A lonely hill rises behind town. It's also one of the homeland things, so it's close by. Some events you can drink a club night play. Taking a break from Elden Ring also, and right now playing. Oh, Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet. If I read your abbreviation right, that is fun. I enjoyed playing through Fatal Bullet. I played through a number of the other ones as well, but Fatal Bullet is fun just because you have your own character, and also it's fun because it's different because you just shoot things. That's definitely a good game to just vibe to, I'm sure. Yeah, it's fun. I enjoyed that. And also shockingly good story, all things considered. It's kind of fun to have things revolve around your character more so. But yeah, that's good choice of game. Very good choice of game. Yeah, what did I end up predominantly using in Fatal Bullet? I think I wound up being like my 2 primary weapons in Fatal Bullet was dual pistols and sniper rifle. Yeah, that sounds right. I think that's the 2 general things I ran around with. Pistols for the pew pew, and then sniper rifle when something's big and ugly and needs to die. Let's here. Explore the shore. Oh no. Alright, first things first. Explore the shore. Wonder a little way around the shore from the dock, eh? That are only something is... No, there's other ones too. That's low risk. Those ones I'm not worried about. Using pistol with quick shot 3 and 4. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think I used many of I don't think I used quick shot. I can't remember exactly what I used, but yeah, mine was more tuned for sniper rifle, and the pistols I just shot. You know what? We might as well right now pick up a wretched mog. Wow, wow. A yellow-eyed, mangy, piebald thing winds around your ankles like a manacle chain. You've never seen a cat's mouth open that wide. Presumably, it's hungry. We might as well. Sometimes there can be knocks in London. Actually, that's 3 supplies. I forgot that's 3 supplies. Yeah, we might as well explore the shore. Time has passed. A little ways from the shore from the dock, huh? A concert, huh? As you prepare to go ashore, your first officer salutes. Captain, 4 of the crew intend to perform a concert on the Zee shore. You and I are both invited to attend, eh? You can attend, it'll be good for morale, and perhaps some of them can actually carry a tune. You can ignore, this will select another exploration option. You're not wasting your time on this, no. You can also just perform. You learn to play a harmonica up on the roofs of Fall London. Perhaps you can join in. The lower your terror and the higher your hearts, the easier this will be. We have a 100% chance. Might as well do this. Also, we're street urchins, so that apparently works. Perform a joyful noise. All of you together, there on the doorstep of the deep, making your uncertain way through recent Mahogany Hall favorites. It's a little bubble of cheery London light. There in the teeth of the night, you catch your cook's eye and grin. I'm pretty decent, sure. Lost terror. That's it. I think that's... Oh, wait, no. Port report. Chat to the fishermen. You sail the Zee around the island. They mend their nets by the harbor. They see all that happens here, but you'll need coin to open their mouths. By coin, they mean 1 coin. Little ships and little secrets. Pirates plying the waves. Smugglers at their work. Connate ships pulling in to resupply. Nothing dramatic, but enough to interest the Admiralty. Never find much news on Mutant Islands, but it's intelligence for the Admiralty nonetheless. And that's really all there is here. Launch and go. Yeah, I definitely remember right. I definitely was more focused on the sniper rifle for the skill set, but yeah, I can see how just pistols with skills devoted to that would be really good, because honestly, dual pistols is surprisingly good in that game. And feels good at that. Although, of the dual wield things that get silly, they get silly when it's like, you dual wield, like, light machine guns, and it's like, yeah. Not quite the thing you would expect to dual wield, but there you go, you can do it. These marches. And, yep, I can just follow the coastline. And maybe this crab won't see me. Okay, it doesn't see me. Ding. Yeah, generally when you're moving this slow on the ship, something weights and ports comes up pretty quickly in between places. Because you're slow at the start. Ah, hello crab. See, you've made your way over here. Hey, here's the canal. The canal. Good for 8. Go through our supplies there. Ooh, pardon me. Green Canal. 13 days. Oh well. How does the Axis Canal? Fragments have turned into a secret for us to spend. This is good. Secrets are always good. canal staging area. Here, the dark waters run down from the surface, from a brighter sea. The canal ascends through locks and gates and shadowed turns to the sunlight of the surface. Yeah, here's where you leave. Here's where you leave from the Zee to the surface. And you actually can travel to the surface. It's not its own area, it's just kind of a story lit, but it requires a lot of supplies and fuel. Cause, well, yeah, that's getting up to the surface. Let's see here. We can listen for surface gossip. The ships of the surface linger here. This is their lifeline to a warmer place. Daylight. This would be a prime spot for a pub or wine shop, but the interests of the Echo Bazaar and the laws of London prevent it. They don't like competition. Still, there are temporary, half-legal hostelries in lawn-moored ships. Here, you trade stories with suntanned surface sailors, stories of Paris and Batavia, the lost fires and the final isles. We've gained a vision of the surface. Far above, the sun remains. In Venderbite, they're always eager for news of the surface. Alright, and we can get a report. When many ships pass this way, perhaps you'll pick up something they missed. Business as usual. The gates open and shut. The locks remain free from sabotage. If anything besides London is safe, if anywhere besides London is safe and all unearthly, it's here. The surface nations have an interest in keeping the way open. Perfunctory port report, the Cuvian Canal. The way to the surface, and a marvel of engineering, the Admiralty has a very modest interest. It's phrased like that because you effectively get very little for a port report from here. I don't think you even get fuel or the like. It's just like, yep. Like, yep, into your report. Do note it. Assists the Nomic Gallivant in an enterprise of dubious legality. A riddle. There are 10 individuals in a room, one of whom is an ancient tyrant. How can you distinguish him? Answer. Burglarize a private library for a picture of him beforehand. Ah, yes, of course. Knowing the enemy. As dinner bells sound throughout the port, you carry a ladder to one of the lawn-moored, half-legal ship hostels. You prop the ladder to the porthole of what the Gallivant assures you is the cabin of a French diplomat. He ascends swiftly, leaving you to carry the ladder away. Half an hour later, the Gallivant is back on your deck. He polishes his ruby cuffs. I have seen the face of eternity printed in ink. It was a terrible face. And the Gallivant now knows his target's face. We visited here. Is on a mission. The board will forever alter. Yep. We have done our thing here. You can buy stuff here, but again, it's super, super expensive. I just realized our ship's name is Byzantium. How historic. Oh, speaking of evil threats, Jellyfloor. Those Jellyfloors have a lot of health. Can move fast. Bonk. Oop, I'm out of range. Oh wait, no, I wasn't out of the range, it dived. They do that. I forgot they do that. Okay, this Jellyfloor is being very generous to me, and I'm... Oh. Heard me speaking about being generous and was trying to charge me. Da-da-da. Jellyfloor. The Jellyfloors and the Jellyfloor. Sorry, not Jellyfloor, Jellyfloor. Is it a young Jellyfloor? A lesser subspecies? The dreams of Jellyfloor become real. In any case, now it's a sad slick of goo dissolving into the sea. Scoop it up, huh? Perhaps you can eat it. Better yet, perhaps your sailors can. Or you can just let it disperse. Watch its oil rainbow colors fade. We'll scoop it. Ha! That's what I was hoping for. A spreading stain. It's gone. You're left with gooey gloves and a buttery smell, and this purple thing. Is it an egg? A heart? Less fortunate traveler dissolved and shriveled to mauve ruin? Put it somewhere safe. Now have one strange catch, eh? Might be some sort of fish, but best not to look too closely. Alright. Excellent. We, we have fish. 9 fuel, 6 supplies. Might be able to take a dive down here. It's a little bit risky, but what's what without risk now, eh? Alright, speaking of things, though. Sorry. First off, give the all clear. Second of all, I have a strange catch. Her father. She becomes more talkative when she has something to cut. Perhaps you can get her attention to say more about her father. Who was he, then? There's flensing, deboning, and orderly arranging of scales from large to small. This was the creature's favorite organ, she says, working briskly with tweezers and blade. Don't touch it. The purple bits are toxic. She only turns to personal matters when she's had a chance to rinse her fingers. I get my proficiency with metal from both sides of the family, she says, watching her expression closely. Then, Mother was a favorite with Mr. Iron. She says that they only worked together, that Mr. Iron sponsored her work and provided her with tools. Sharper tools that do not bend so easily. Where's the Glenville sign seal? Lost your catch, eh? Mr. Iron? Truly? We need a live specimen for that. We do not have a live specimen. We definitely do not have a live specimen. I'm not sure when you get one of those either. I think that's a later deal. For now, just keep following the coastline. Generally, the coastlines will always lead to something. And generally, the coastlines are safe in a relative sense. At least terror-wise. It's not that far away. Say hello to the Iron Republic. It has a very groovy music. Also can have some yeah, like that. Have some nasty enemies hovering around it, so, careful. Yeah, it's relatively safe to go down here. Even further, it has its risks. Let's see if there's anything to explore fragments here. I think there is, so... Yep. Back up, back up, back up. And whoosh. Doc. The Iron Republic, eh? Hell's clients state, be wary, their laws are not the laws of man or nature. Iron Republic, eh? Factory engines roar like false lions, blood thunders in the deck pipes, crimson lightning skitters across the deck, eh? Leaps to the rail, curls like a cat. The city is reflected in glassy calm harbor water. The citizens there have the heads of dogs and serpents. Hell has brought freedom to the Iron Republic. Freedom from all laws, even those of nature. Yeah, the Iron Republic's a crazy place. It is anarchy in its purest forms, including from the world. On the plus side, engage an officer, the irrepressible cannoneer. Citizen, are you looking for a gunner? I'm looking for a ship. Here are my references. Here are more references. Here's my design for a whistling shell. Here's my colleague. He'll stay on shore. Here's my hand. Will you take it? Good old irrepressible cannoneer. Cannoneer is a gunnery officer who substantially increases iron. It's... because I have something to fate, and it's only 20 echoes for him. We take him. He is important. More ways than just this. Oh, this is interesting. Room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. Wait, let me make notes. Paper. Point your new officer. Irrepressible cannoneer. Cheer enthusiasm is welcome, but it is a welcome but unnerving trait in a gunner. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. So now, can actually exchange her and our gunnery officer. You notice a huge difference from 1 iron to 8 iron. We can also speak to him. Invite the cannoneer to dine with you. I've had enough to eat, thank you, but I don't eat much. But I'd like to demonstrate some ideas I've had. Can you meet me on the after deck at 8 bells? So, he has very much a larger requirement for his dining. 10 fuel, 5 torpedo components, and 5 supplies. I mean, we're gonna do this, but we'll need to buy this stuff first, and that requires a trip back to London. Increase your iron. Excellent, that's at the top of my list. Spend a secret to prove your iron, unless it's higher than 100. The ship must be in good shape to sustain the impact of the cannoneer's experiments. You. So, yeah, you do that. It's a bit risky for him, but you can do it. Now, the important thing here is, in the Iron Republic, fuel is too cheaper. We're stocking up, just a bit, because I will need, as noted, was 10 fuel to talk with him. I don't want to spend all my money, but that should do. As I spend almost all my money. Was there anything else? Market of flies. Ah, yes, that's right. Port report. Ports get weird and risky in the Iron Republic, but we need to do this at least once. Compile a port report. It won't be entirely straightforward. The streets won't lie straight, and the ink freezes whenever you look away from the inkwell. Another day, and a port report. Fact and fiction. To record the Republic's events, it's like trying to see wax or believe water. You do what you can. The third paragraph, Bud's eyes. The date is fundamentally wrong. The full stops bite. You do what you can. Iron Republic's a risky place for report reports, unlike other areas. It's like, I gained a memory of distant terrors and a tale of terror, recall it? Then light a candle, light another. Notices pages remains unchanged at 26. Iron Republic port reports, they can increase pages or hearts, they can also decrease them as well from the effort. I'll take a remain unchanged. That is fine. Alright, and now, make sure you quickly take a turn out of this dock, otherwise it will bite you. And now we head back up to London, because we have that cannoneer. That's good. We ignore that rowboat over there. Unfinished revolutionaries. Notice they have a crew of... Turn off my light, by the way. Don't look at me. They have a crew of 20, health of 210. They are a very, very tough rowboat. And oh gods, I think it sunk. Oh gods, yes it did. Flee! Flee however slowly I can go. Oh no. Okay. That could have gone better. I should have turned off my light a lot earlier. So, that's some damage to the hull. 7 and 6. It does add up. Does hurt. This is the risky thing of being down there, but worth it for this guy. Worth it for our cannoneer. Alright, somebody makes me a port, so I can just stop by and get something from the canal, because by the time I get to the canal to London, I will just have it back again. Now I can delay a little bit. Slowly but surely, slowly but surely. Yeah, this game's definitely a bit on the slower end out of the gate, but you can buy quicker things. It just depends on how much you upgrade. Except for Surface Castle. Just that one again. It can be different. We got that same result. Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. Back up we plot London. Good old home of London. Yeah. No, yeah, it's like, so far what we found this entire stretch, that's generally what's considered the home waters area. It's pretty consistent. Okay? It's nice for starting off. Everywhere beyond that, well, that's where things change up, huh? That's for sure. There's a deal over there. I want to keep on track. There's another boat. I think that's a friendly boat. Yeah, it's this coast of the home waters. It's definitely friendly. Oh yeah. Oh, also you'll note fog. That does mean our firing solutions take up slower. Where's everyone? Where did they go? They're here. They're here. You're not alone. You'll note, like in here, how much slower that's going. Much slower it's going in both the fog and outside the light. And I cut that close. Also cut close on hunger. That saved me a supply just by doing that. Which is very good. You can save the better. Alright, I have recent news. Here's another use of recent news you can do. You can stop by one of these. Which is a light ship, far from home. Its clear bright beam warms the way. You can purchase fuel, very expensive, or you can speak to the crew of recent news. They long for the news of home. Tea beneath the light, in the bleaching layer of the lens, among the smells of oil and metal, you sip tea and chat. The Zee's terror recedes. We lose our news, but we also lose 5 terror and gain a Zee story. Strange truths are told of the waves and what lies beneath. The lies are even stranger. And so yeah. Lightship being out here is a convenient way of getting recent news if you haven't spent it on anything else and expect to, well, get some more, like in my case. Also, the sisters up above, but that's a little bit more out of the way. Just by a little bit, but at this point in the game, a little bit's enough. A little bit is enough. Now, we want to actually chat with this guy. Our cannoneer. Buy more supplies and some of those torpedo components. Money for it? Find out. Oh look, it's Ministry of Public Decency again. We have nothing to hide. Collect messages. Someone wants to sign on. You know, there's even more stuff, huh? For now, we'll go to my lodgings, read the paper. This is different. News from home. The Echo Bazaar, that enigmatic marketplace, has increased its tax on love stories. The traitor empress has forbidden seating in the street outside her palace. The anarchists at the Counter Council have inexplicably dynamited a drinking fountain. The Ministry of Public Decency has located and destroyed a nest of blighter wasps. Just, you know, the typical things that'll happen in fallen London. Indeed. Alright, da-da-da-da. Let's see here, where is it? Admiralty's office. The Cumian Canal. Well, if you've been there, I suppose we might as well hear about it. The fee is nominal, though. They're not kidding about that. You just get 5 echoes. You don't even get fuel. You just submit it, and you have cashed it in. Quaker's Haven. Been trying the original rubbery lumps, have we? Submitted. 5 echoes. There's another favor. Confirmed by the Admiralty. And some fuel. The Iron Republic. Excuse me, I need to unlock this. And this. Oops. And this. Could you place your report inside? Yes, I imagine someone will read it. Eventually. There's always someone. That's how wonky it is. Whoomph. No, I didn't expect that to happen. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Some reports should not be reported. No, don't concern yourself. This was my 3rd best suit, and the Admiralty offers a modest allowance for document-related damage. Perhaps it's best if you leave now, though. Good day. I've gained some fragments, I've gained some fuel, and I no longer have the report. Concept is a brick. It can be used to build a courthouse of reason, or it can be thrown through the window. Basically, our report just lit on fire. Just spontaneously. Like, oh, hi. Whoosh. Well, bugger. But now that we have 3 favors, we can visit the Dark Spectacled Admiral. You're ushered into his office off Mansion's Pyre, a cramped room with a vast desk. He surveys you across that desk. Ah, yes. The merchant captain of whom we hear such complicated things. Admiral will purchase intelligence from you. So the Admiral can provide a little bit of fuel. That's a favor-based things. Take you to the dry docks. You can use a favor for fuel. Not the best use of your favors. Submit vital intelligence. Submit your port reports. That brings you back to there. Charts. Moves in the great game. Ask what he needs. Discover the Admiral's desires. Information. Visit a port and will be interested in the port report. Visit places of particular interest and will be interested in the strategic information you gain thereby. We will pay you well. Don't worry. We understand you can't be expected to act entirely for the love of the Empire. His lips curls up. What's left of it. Yeah, shockingly, it's like, this is a Victorian era, so it's like, it's at part of the height of the British Empire. So, imagine the British Empire at its height, sun never sets and all that jazz, and then suddenly the capital of this entire empire, London itself, just gets whooshed away underground. It complicates matters for both London and the rest of the empire. We down here are the ones stuck down here. Alright, here's what we can do. Ask if there's anything in particular he needs. Well, if I can be assured of your discretion. This port. Speak to our agent there and return. We'll see that your reward. Visit the port below and return to London. You can check the details in your journal at any time. Chief Strategic Engine from... Oh, Khan's Heart. Somewhere in a good way east of London. Ah, that's an unfortunate first one of those. Oh, that's a difficult one, Khan's Heart. Unfortunate. Deal with it, but unfortunate. Anyways, a visit to Clathermont's tattoo parlor. You're a real sailor now, after all. You could go to one of those tobacco and prayer places by the docks, but the prices at Clathermont's are reasonable, and his daughters are real artists. But what sign will you choose? How much does it cost? Ah, 1 echo. That's fine. could choose the Dauntless Hand. Commemorate your daring. You will increase your iron by 2 permanently and cure up to 25 points of terror. Alright, this cures terror, which means I actually want to save this. Because, terror. That's a good way to reduce terror, is this. Wheels of Mist. Commemorate your sailor skills. Like 2 iron, 2 veils for that one. The Unflinching Eye. You've seen much sights. 2 mirrors permanently. The Splendor, something to recall brighter days, 2 hearts. The Gambit, some of Clathermont's tattoos are coded messages for spies. Perhaps you have a hidden motive. Increase pages by 2. Or you can remain unblemished. If you want your memories on your skin, you'd be a squid. Reduce your terror to 0, but once only. We'll get a tattoo, eventually. Once it also helps us clear up that. Let's see here. Ah yes, the Merchant Venturer is here now. An urchin to tugs your sleeve. Governor wants a word. A brooding figure waits at the lamplight's edge. Speak to the Merchant Venturer. I have need of a reliable agent. Failing that, an inventive one. Here are my requirements. Opportunity for profit. He has very specific needs, but he'll pay much better than market rates, and he won't ask how you came by these things. Your venture has a request. Speak to him further, or check your journal. Yeah, this is one of those storylets, and you can do it by, well, cashing in on things. In this case, he needs... If he has made 2 requests, you can fill either one. So, we have to effectively fill one of these. Something bright, Port Cecil, in the Principles of Coral. It's usually northeast, or thereabouts. That's where Scintillac comes from. Around 1,000 echoes for 7. Something romantic and approved. They publish this stuff in the Connate to the east, but they don't trade readily. And there's a custom duty on love stories. Still, I'll pay 1,000 echoes for the 7. Something romantic and smuggled. They publish this stuff in the Connate to the east. It may be difficult. They don't trade readily, and the bazaar taxes love stories. I'll pay 1,000 echoes for the 7. So it's like, you can either get approved ones for 1,000, or smuggled, non-approved ones for also 1,000. 7 each, so... This time around, it's just 7 for 1,000 for each option. We don't have any of these at the moment, but we will want to do that. So what we have learned from this, however, is that one of our destinations, the Connate, which we also got from the Khan's Heart deal, is to the east. The Port Cecil, in the Prince of Coral, is also generally to the northeast. So east and northeast, somewhere that direction for both of those. And, we'll deal with that when we can. For now, how much is torpedo components? That's 5 apiece. And we'd also need to buy supplies, which is 20 apiece. Okay, we'll have to wait on him for now, because... yeah, we need supplies just to, travel to new places. Because neither of those port reports I got gave money. Which is unfortunate. But yeah. I'm gonna buy supplies, and... now that I'm completely broke, let's go northeast. Northeast by northeast, and see what's there. That is where it says Port Cecil is. Also head a little bit east, see what's directly east of us. Effectively, instead of just going direct northeast, we'll go east then north at some point. No guarantees on the matters. But only one thing forward, and that at this point is to explore. Need to find places to go, find things that are interesting. Avoid all the horrible, horrible things that'll try to devour you. And there's plenty of that. So what is directly east of London? So when we start going east like this, where this is where the dice roll and we see what has spawned where. A man before we enter the snares. Okay. Or so one assumes. Gets me. You'll notice that line right there. That line right now, there was us transitioning from home waters to different waters. In this case, the snares. And that down there is something we do not want to see us. That is a giant crab. It's bigger than the other crabs we fought. Western angler crab, 150 health. Where we've entered here. We're not letting that crab see us. Yes, get stuck on the island. Do not come further, you will annihilate us. Oh, you will annihilate us. Alright. Case like this, now that things are random, that we want to use our bats, huh? Our bat did not find anything, but that's the point of the bat. If we stop it, if it'll have better luck. Anything to find, oh batty bat bat? No. Okay then. Our bat has found nothing. It must be especially cranky today. But hey, we found Lick a Monkey Crag. Please do not actually lick monkeys. That is called a bad idea. Especially with what's going around of recent. Although I don't know if that actually has its origins in monkeys, but I'd be surprised if it didn't. For that nature. Here the wilder airs mingle with the airs of near reaches. The moon's gates, named for the navigator lost above. How did these bones come below? There's something nearby. Demure Island is somewhere to the southeast. Oh, and there you go. Our bat has found a place. The Isle. Zee bats cry out. They are nothing like birds. Ah, you don't say. See, you don't... Yeah, Zee bats are a different breed than bats. But there are plenty of bats as well. Ah, yes, this is actually what we want to find. One of the things we want to find. Yeah, definitely. Demure Island. Not that far off. Because this, Iron and Mystery Co. Funging Station. That means we are at the right place for this guy. And dock. Demure Island, a fervid forest of fungus. I&M has a funger operation here, felling giant bulbous shrooms for building materials, harvesting krillily for its medicinal properties. It's a desperate little outpost of something like civilization. Up puffs the affable factor. Oh, hello, Captain. Thank God for visitors. We'd go quite mad out here otherwise. Quite mad. How can we be of assistance? We have options. Bandage Funger. Ah, one of the funging workers is watching your crew. Watching the clad area air especially. What does he want? Whispered confidences. The tomb colonist draws you a little way from the clad area air. Don't tell her you met me, he says in a hoarse rasp. Her mother cut my voice, hoped to fix it so I wouldn't be able to look for my daughter, so I wouldn't want to. He wheezes. Didn't work. Operations never completely effective. Need to know my daughter's well, happy, finding enough patience. getting enough to eat and so forth. In exchange for the simplest news, he explains himself. I'm her father, he says. Ordinary engineer. Not the sort of parent she would want. Just tell the Ire about this encounter. You can do so by speaking with her. Of course, she thinks her father otherwise, but he said we shouldn't tell her, so might as well respect his wishes in that regard. Compile a port report? The Admiralty likes to keep an eye on Iron and Misery's activities. The business of spores. Of course, I&M's activities here don't seem that interesting. Nevertheless, record what you can. It's an event out on the edge of London's interests. That port report. Tea with the factor. The poor fellow needs the company, and he can spare an hour away from his schedule. An interlude. You sit on the veranda of the factor's house, looking out over the fungal jungle. That's just an inherently fun series of words right there. Fungal jungle. Yeah, that's a fun combination of words to say. An expansive green and sour gold. The air is thick with hovering spores. The scones are stale. Even the tea has a hint of mildew. But the factor is good company. He shares odd stories about the ice and roses of Irene, the monstrosities of the Sea of Lilies, and a little restaurant in Venderbite where he enjoyed the most extraordinary seafood. Venderbite, I know. I'd never met a tomb colonist who could cook, but you must visit the place. Do you know it? No, I do not, so that's good. He also has a load of Bulligus frond carted aboard your ship. He waves away your thanks. I've eaten so much of this stuff, I fear that I might be transformed entirely into fungus. He leans confidently towards you. It happens, you know. But one does have to eat rather a lot of it first. You've lost 2 terror. Use my event. Gained 10 fragments. I gained 1 supplies. And I've been told of an exceptionally fine restaurant in Venderbite. There's this little place in Venderbite. Supplies are good. Last but not least, not going to gather supplies here. We do not need to do so. Some of the island's fungus is good to eat. Some is poisonous, hallucinogenic, or mischievous. Good luck. And that's why it's just 60% chance success. 40% not. It's almost a coin toss to gather supplies here, and there's nothing you can do to influence it. We can, however, stand in the right place at the right time for the gnomic gallivant. I don't like comedians. I am a very serious man, but we agree on one thing. Timing. That's why I'm breaking into the factor's home, and why I need you to distract him until I found his special itinerary. Oh, well then. A pleasant distraction. It just so happens that you bump into the factor on his walk home. What a happy coincidence. You couldn't possibly manage this entire picnic basket by yourself. Overjoyed to have company, he joins you on a bench for the next hour, merrily eating sandwiches. I'm sure he's glad it's just not more mushrooms. You take your leave once you have seen the Gallivant pass by. Back on your deck, the Gallivant laughs jovially. His rubies wink in the light. Iron Misery will be sending a representative in the contest in Port Cecil. There's a full itinerary for all of the events, tailored for every attendee. I have the dictator's moves mapped. Ready to visit the chess tournament in Port Cecil. The gnomic Gallivant to discover the whereabouts of his target. Well, well, well. Now all we can do is gather supplies. We can buy stuff, and not... Well, we can't because we don't have money, but this isn't a good place to buy it anyways. And that's... Well, that's all we needed there. Which means we found this south. And Port Cecil, it still said, was northeast. So I'm going to start heading north from here. And we'll see if we find the port, because this is also where we need to go for this guy now. It works out. Presuming I can find the damn place. Northeast is a bit vague. We'll be relying on my Zee Bat aplenty. My good old bat buddy. Who is probably cranky as all hell because it's cold out on the sea. Bats like to complain. At least in the knees. They're very cranky indeed. Oh god, we just have ocean here. Ocean and ocean and more ocean. Do you see anything, bat? Do you see anything? There are no targets within range. Alright then. Might have to go more east as well, but I'll know when I see it. We'll know too, because it's an easy place to spot. But we need to find it first. Because northeast from London could be, like, anywhere in this vicinity. Anywhere indeed. So we'll just be hopping between masses of land, hoping we find the place. While constantly hoping for the bats to find it too. And that we don't run out of fuel. Or supplies. Or our terror rises up too high. There's many things that can go wrong. There are many things. Oh hey, lifeboat. Not what I was looking for. But I have it marked now. I think I need to go further east, is what I think. Still no islands within range. Yeah, I'm going east. None of this looks like Port Cecil yet. But we have that light ship on the map in case we ever need to just pop by there. It's there. Causes light. Oh, okay. Not what I was looking for, but alright then. I found a place. Discovered Khan's heart. Not what I was looking for, but hey, look at that. I have found... Well, I found the Khanates. This is, indeed, the Khanates. You're wondering, is there any connection to, well, a certain Khan? And yes, the answer is yes. The Khanate is, in fact, Mongolia. Mongolia was down here too. It was the previous city before London. And that is that. We're just gonna get all these various fragments from all these different places. There's a lot of them to just chalk up. There's tortoise. There's fog. Oh, gods. There's leopard. Notice, like, tortoise, leopard, wolf, these are the various effectively ranking clans. There's eagle. Clans of the Khanates. Oh god. We do not want to anger the war the Shrimerians. They also hurt. Khanate ships are nothing to mess around with. Oh, here we go. Here's a dock. Khan's Glory, a place of stately isolation. Here are the palaces of the Khan and his court, each a fortress to itself. Sleek lords and ladies in belted robes, breakfast on balconies. An unlikely antelope peeks at you from apart. Guns rotate easily on motorized gimbals. The Khanate is actually pretty advanced for the time. You'll notice, like, the whole motorized gimbal guns, and you'll see all these things strewn around on the map. They have electricity. That's right, the Khanate goes off of electricity down here. While London has, like, oil lamps and stuff. We can't do much here in Khan's Glory. We can cruise past that. I think that might... Does it get a support report? I don't think we can get a port report here. But there are various things we can do. It's like, we can offer gifts to the leopard, which the royal clan of the Khan. The Khan himself has a notorious weakness for coffee, and his court follows. It'll give us favors from the leopards, which leopards' favors can be used to access petition to the Nephrite quarter, which we saw down there. The Clan of Leopard grants trade licenses to foreigners. This gives access to the Nephrite quarter in Khan's Heart to the south, allowing you to sell your goods there. Otherwise, you're very limited, because you're a foreigner. A London foreigner at that. London and the Khanate are not on the best of terms. Offer a gift to the Timon with drowning pearls. Clan is named for a sizable and ferocious fish of the surface. They have a fondness for drowning pearls for some secret clan ritual. Which, yeah, you can then proceed to use those favors, Timon's mercenary, to... Ooh, sorry. To reduce your suspicion. Now, this isn't the same suspicion as before. This is a specific suspicion. Ugh, tongue twister there. For the Khanate. Timon clan has long controlled the white and golds, the loyalty service who watch to Kaganians and foreigners alike. If they're convinced your intentions are good, they might be lenient. Ask your leopard contacts to intercede with the Tamian. Ask your Tamian contacts to intercede with leopards. It's basically trading out favors to the other flavor of favors. Look under the sea. Ocean intelligence. No more than 2. I don't know what this one is. Take a meeting concerning a matter of no importance. Servant of the Timon is missing. His loss is a danger. There's a place one doesn't speak of. Officially, a former servant of the Timon who did not engage in the gathering of strategic information, cough cough, official, sorry, did not disappear to the undersea part of Anth, which officially does not exist. At length you hear what this servant did not look like, and strict prohibitions against pursuing him. Officially, no one in Khan's glory would have any interest or be at all inclined to reward you with money and connections if you were to go to Anth. They would not care for a report of this situation or any information he may be unable to bring home. That's all the dialogue of plausible deniability. You have received information from Anth for Khan's glory. Flourishing intelligence report for Khan's glory. That, we are now aware of that. Also choose our event to cruise past the clan palaces. Khan's glory has a steely beauty, but the clan lords are ever suspicious of spies, and those gun emplacements are vigilant. We can 100% this, so might as well show it. Strength and brilliance. Light blazes from every gate and window. You glimpse guards in gleaming uniforms, subterranean gardens of mauve and purple, hanging ornaments of scaled carnelian and jade, statues of warrior Khan's past. The water is dark and calm. The sentries watch you with calm distrust. I've lost 2 terror. I've gained a memory of distant shores, and I now have 1 suspicion. The Kaganate's suspicion. White and golds are watching you. X menaces, Kaganate suspicion. And that's all you can do here. You can try to do again. You shouldn't when you don't have something awaits you, though. There's no shops here. Nothing there or whatnot. So, Khan's glory doesn't have a lot. We want to head south to Khan's Heart. Ever so slowly. Because Khan's Heart is not where all the ruling people is, it's where your more typical districts of the city lie. Like the Nephrite quarter over there, that's the merchant place it was talking about that you could unlock. There's the iron quarters. I think that's for, like, manufacturing and the like. Odagai's Bridge, if you were doubting if this had Mongol connections or not, it does. And then the Copper Quarter, where we could land. That is, well, the Copper Quarter is a bit more amiable to foreigners. Khan's Heart, London's rival. Oops, how was that at the top? Khan's Heart, London's rival, an oasis of light in the salt black wastes. Canals thread the painted city. Secret street lamps glow and water taxis putter. Panicked wave. Nope. Don't need that. Seek a commercial license. That was through the other deal before. We don't have the ring. The Kaganates dislike merchants and they dislike foreigners. Foreign merchancers induce paroxysms of antipathy. Perhaps sufficient bribes will buy your way into the Nephirite quarter. That's the favors from the leopards up above. We can't do that at the moment. Time in the tea house, if we had to. Copper Quarter offers comfort to foreigners, but the prices are, to put it mildly, mischievous. To put it less mildly, horribly bloody expensive. You can hire crew here. Kaganates are wary of your people, but perhaps you can find someone. It's a very expensive way of acquiring crew. Speaking of very expensive things, purchase fuel at an outrageous price. Kaganate merchants grin when they see you coming. An unlicensed foreign captain? They'll pick a price and triple it. 50 echoes per fuel. Not a good idea. Same with supplies. Purchase supplies at a ludicrous price. Foreigners are permitted to buy food in the Copper Quarter, but only poor quality and small quantities. And so you go from street venture to street venture, trying to purchase enough soggy smoked fish to feed your crew. Also, 50 echoes. Also, not ideal pricing. If you want to buy things at a more reasonable price, you open up the Naganates, the Nephirite Quarter. Otherwise, you just don't buy. Do not buy from here. Can pay a storyteller. Again, if you had money, I don't. Storytellers in the Square of Cedars wear brightly colored caftan-like clothing with silk sashes, in contrast to the more sober and subterranean dress of the citizenry. For a coin, even for a coin, those seen epics of their nation's history. And, here's the difficult things. That's why that's difficult. That's a 40% chance of find your contacts. Cotton the Khanate is wary of Imperial spies. Go very carefully. You have half the directions you need. The others should be at a dead drop on the docks. High Veils challenge. I'm not gonna try that now. Even the port report is hella chancy. The Kagane generally assumes that all foreigners are spies or worse. Be ashamed to disappoint them, but it might be dangerous to prove them right. As Kagane's suspicion increases, action becomes more difficult. If you have an intelligence network, it's easier. That's something you can do, later. For now, I very much do not have anything to that regards. I can try to gather a port report. I can take the risk for a port report. It'll probably fail, but I can try. Eyes everywhere. Oh, God's three menaces. Meet your questions with a courteous fart and silence. Back of your neck's prickles. Don't turn around. Ah, I failed it. Can I try again? Kind of want a port report. Oh god, it becomes even more difficult when I fail. I'll give this one other chance. If not, well then. God damn it. What's the percentage of it now? Very chancy challenge now. Okay, one more chance. One more chance. Okay. I should probably stop now. 45%. But I won't because I want... God damn it. Fine. Fine, game, fine. Game is rude. Yeah, there we go. Movements in the colony might be curtailed. Yeah, that was a lot of suspicion for that. I'll have to reduce that at some point, but... Precious scraps. Rivalry between the Leopard and Eagle clans. Concern about Chelinate raids. Some appalling gossip about the Emperor about the traitor empress back in London. Perhaps you shouldn't write that last one down. And move on quickly. That fellow in the corner has an informer's look. Oh yeah, not very worth it, but... we have a port report from the place. You'll notice there's no shops unless you unlock the place, so... We shall leave very, very quickly before they get more suspicious of us. If the Khanate right here, I'm thinking that Port Cecil might be south of here. Although I also know, since the Khan's heart is here, there's one other thing I can get, and I think it's generally this direction from it. It generally tends to be pretty close by, so... I'm hoping I see it. There we go, there we go. And here is Khan's Shadow. It does indeed have a connection to the Khan, although not quite full Khan place, but notice it's a structure with a lot of ships around it. The Khan's Shadow, the city that swam. Long ago, the Khanate turns back on its warrior traditions. Has no place for pirates and would-be nomads, so here, in the shadow, the exiles make their home, amid 100 wrecked, grounded, decommissioned ships. Oh, I can let my launching gunner go ashore. No more good to your captain. I've got the scent of freedom now, and I'm for the city of broken ships. I don't want to get rid of her quite yet. And that I don't. But compile the port report on the hand. So many malcontents, so little time. Closely written notes. Conniving, debauching, speechifying, drinking, singing, speeching, poeting. Now and then a drunken duel. Very occasionally, a savage ritual murder. Occasionally. Very occasionally. Now, this place does have some shops. You can sell Devilborn Dice, Mushroom Wine, Star Shell, Figurehead. Don't worry about that. You can also buy Stygian Ivory and crates of human souls here. This is where you can also buy... You can buy fuel and supplies for cheaper here. It's still more expensive than London, though. Also, captivating treasures. You can buy mirror catch boxes there. That's an interesting deal. There's Milebreaker. This frankly sinister device reduces the amount of fuel that an engine uses. It also really frightens the crew. Apparently, that's necessary. It's an auxiliary slot. It's an F slot, rather. And 10% fuel efficiency minus 10 hearts. Yeah. So let's see. If I go south from here, can I find Port Cecil? Can I not starve and run out of fuel in the meantime? We'll find out. We will find out. But it's got to be somewhat odd this direction. If not, I'm just going to be heading in the general direction of Demure Island, because then from Demure Island I can easily enough get back to London. But I hope I do, and I hope that that port report was worth all that suspicion, because it should give me some echoes. This music sure is... no. Nope. All the nope. You see nothing. Ow. Rude. Very rude. Also, not the place I was looking for, but whatever. Godfall. Sometimes, just occasionally, bits of the roof fall off. Be glad you weren't here when this one did. The brawling, bearded men who live here call themselves monks. They pay lip service to stained stalactites, which fell from the roof, but their chief interests seem to be wine, blood, and shouting. Speak with the monks about their newest member. Huh. They escort you to a cell. Used to be a jailer, one whispers. We're hoping you could help us work out what's wrong. The supplicant, an old bearded man, sits cross-legged and naked in Godfall's smallest monastic cell. At the sight of the group, he flinches. His wrinkled skin is covered in faded scars. No more freedom, he whispers. 10 of the clock, we sweep. 15 past 10 of the clock, we wash. There are orders. There must be orders. No more freedom. Please. A monk hands him a mop and bids him clean the entire chapel by first bell. The supplicant squeezes it tight. Yes, master, he whispers, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes as he scampers off. There's an awkward silence. He should make a very devout monk, one of the other ventures, once we finally get him into the habit. Hinting to a place. Nook. Can also provide them with wine, of blood, hunting trophy, of shouting. Let them tell you about past and present events in the monastery. Oh, port report. Tales. They're eager to talk about their history. The stalactite, they assure you, was one of the citadels of the starved men who dwell in the roof. When it fell, a few of its occupants survived to become the monks' progenitors. How does that work, you wonder, with their vow of celibacy? They become vague, and are suddenly eager to speak of the details of passing shipping. The fallen stalactite, a monastery filled with plunder. You could also, in theory, explore the shattered citadel, if you have candles. We do not, For the stalactite was a monastery. Before it ever fell from the roof, it was a citadel. The fall shattered it and killed all its occupants. Probably. Why don't you take a look? We will leave them be. Speaking leave us be, please leave us be, boat. You hurt. A lot. Alright, so Godfall's right there. I'll be honest, I haven't done much with Godfall, but maybe I will at some point. Once I have a better ship and more money that I could actually afford to spruce out on candles. We do not have that at the moment. We're living on a small itty bitty wing of stuff, and that boat is stalking us. There's something underwater some distance to the east. Well, we can't go underwater yet. Alright. We're gonna need to have to... now what am I in combat with? The boat again! So yeah, I'm gonna have to look around some more, but I need more supplies. I hope these port reports will help me with that. Alright, they have shot a flare at me. I just need to get here. Stop following me, you damn boat! Shoo! Be gone! Away with thee! Ah! It is not being away with me. And we'll pop into here. And, we will just tea with the factor again, because lose terror, gain supplies. And we likely need supplies. Port Cecil, where could that be? It could be in that gap, or it could be even further up, We'll find out, and we'll hopefully have the money to find out. As in being able to resupply up at the very, very minimum. Like, if it comes to it, I can turn off my lamp to preserve fuel, but I think we'll be fine on the fuel remark. I just hope we're fine on the supplies as well. It's not guaranteed. We'll steadily work our way back to London. Because, well, we're very much by that point. Keeping tendrils of fungus seaweed in unnameable flora. We enter the snares. There's nothing there. Of course, now thinking of it, it could also be northeast in, like, this general vicinity, too. It could actually be around here as well. I'll need to check there, I guess. That actually seems like it might be the better route. Oh, wait. I found Pigmode Isle. Oh dear, I found Pigmode Isle. Well, this is gonna be an experience. Buckle up for oddities. Ladies and gentlemen, we found Pigmode Isle. On a lonely desert beach, there's no habitation in sight, no market, only an old, rotting dock, huh? There's no habitation in sight, no market, only an old, rotting dock. A stretch of sand thickens into damp, black earth, from which sprout stunted palms? Not quite. Tall fungal growths with frond-like caps, as if someone had sculpted the idea of a tree from a mushroom. Disembark, see what awaits you. War? As you step on the quay, you hear clamor, shouts, and shooting. You can see, off in the distance, smoke rising from beyond the hill, and dots of fire flecking the horizon. Two tiny figures stand a little further down the quay, unmoving, as if waiting your approach. A literary interlude. The following is an extract from the popular Diary of a Zee Captain from London to Irene, and what we did there before we arrived. Washed ashore on Mutton Island, and subsequently serialized in the unexpurgated Gazette, the author's identity remains unknown. The tale of Pigmode Isle, in which delegation is made, a choice is presented, war is declared, a most singular treasure is sought by all, and a new empire is founded with tooth and claw. Chapter 1. The Delegation. The figures were rodents. To my left was a Ratus Faber, wearing goggles, a blacksmith's apron, and an assortment of tools. To my right, an unusually large guinea pig, wearing a helmet and breastplate reminiscent of nothing so much as the High Middle Ages. The rat stepped forward first and bowed. Welcome, Captain, to Ratstar Island. I am Edgar, Second Chief Engineer of the 3rd Rat Brigade. I invite you to avail yourself of food and fuel at our expense. The only cost to you is a choice. The rat stepped back. At precisely the same moment, with what appeared to be the ease of a long habit, the guinea pig scuttled forward and made a declamatory chirp. Welcome, Captain, to the Isle of Cavia. I am Lady Augusta Devereux Swinch of the Blackwater Swinches, essential to our King Gracenaw, for first of his name. I invite you to avail yourself of food and fuel at our expense. The only cost to you is a choice. The two stand at attention, looking at me unexpectedly. Chapter 2, Alike in Dignity. The two remarkable Rodians sat, squatted, both seeking my support. I knew I had to choose carefully. I spoke to the chief engineer. His eyes had a wave gold glint to them, and he wore his scars like jewels. A rat in the making. I asked the chief engineer to elaborate. He looked at me for a long, measured moment before speaking gruffly. We came to this island to make a home for ourselves away from London. It's cats and snuffers. It's rat-skin suits. We came to live as citizens of our own republic. We came with our tools, our teeth, our clever hands. And we made a beautiful city by the light of the Rat Star that shone bright and blue on Mount Ararat. The chief engineer nodded towards the distant hill. One day we braved the depths of the chicken woods, and from the top of Mount Ararat we plucked the red star to be our light, our beacon. But the pigs of Cavi saw the light, and they lusted for it. They sent armies to rule us and steal our star. We will not permit them to take what is ours. We will risk to our last breath. Will you join us in defeating them? I spoke to the Sensual. How did an armored guinea pig manage to look regal? A knight out of habit. The Sensual cleared her throat with a delicacy to rival the Duchess's own before speaking. Gracena, the king, our lord and sovereign, full 7 months had sojourned on the sea, conquered this land, and won the southern main. Now no fortress against him shall remain, no city walls be left for him to gain, save the rats that squeak behind mountain. Unlikely was the lamb of our deliverance, assured shall be our glories and their fall, when Our Lady's eye restored to our hall. The Sensual composed herself, then added, We saw truth and beauty by the light of Our Lady's eye on Mount Caveat, but the rats, with their guns and their chatter and their peasants' politics, stole it from us. We will subjugate them and take it back. They are a rabble, and we will rule them with the steel-shoed velvet of our paws. Will you join us? I had heard more than enough. I was ready to make my choice. As you can well imagine, I faced quite a dilemma. Their red eyes stared up at me, waiting for my choices. It gives us 3 options. I sided with the chief engineer. He seemed grumpy but honest. Also, I knew all too well what rat-made weapons can do. You could favor the Sensual. Was it her charm, or a fondness for London's rat-skin coats that swayed me? Perhaps a little of both. At any rate, I was keen to find more about their civilization. Or option number 3, I attempted to broker a peace. Surely their commonalities... Ooh, pardon me. Surely their commonalities were more numerous than their differences. Perhaps I could help them get along. I mean, you can try for this, but... My words helped them reach agreement. The chief engineer and the Sensual shared a look, and then regarded me with scornful amusement. Yes, smirked the chief engineer, you're obviously much cleverer than us. Oh, much, murmured the Sensual. You clearly know us much better than we know ourselves. Apparently idealism would not help here. So, you have to make a choice. Side with the chief engineer. A friend to rats. I extended a finger to the chief engineer, who shook it grimly. The Sensual hissed and chattered her teeth in disgust, but kept her distance. You've made the right choice, said the chief engineer. Let me show you around. Yeah, I can see my street urchin past, not preferring more of your common folk than your ritzy-ditzy nobility typies. Gained 1 fuel, 1 supplies, an occurrence. Your memoirs, A Rat in the Making quality is now 1. You chose to help the rats. Chapter 3, A Rat in the Making. The chief engineer led me to the northern side of the island, skirting the chicken woods. We passed through a number of what can only be termed checkpoints, as fierce-eyed rats shouldered their derringers and saluted the chief engineer. Also, these guys have guns. We love rats with guns. Soon we came upon a small colony, smaller than some of the infestations I had encountered in London flats, perhaps only 50 ratus faber altogether, working diligently to fortify their side of the island. First thing I noticed was a brilliant light beaming out from a stump of chicken wood about 6 feet high. It bathed the whole settlement in a clean blue glow, and was utmost too bright to look at. By its light I could see several raised mounds of earth, suggesting shallow tunnels. An efficient fishing operation was set by the water, an albino rat mending nets while others stabbed sharpened sticks into the waves. Further inland was a barracks, where a sergeant barked drills at a small squadron of fighters. My arrival drew attention, and several rats paused in their work to look at me curiously. Welcome to Marinia, said the chief engineer, voice warm with pride. It's not much to look at now, but it will be once we've rousted the cavies. Take a stroll around while I summon the war council. With that, he vanished into one of the mounds and left me to explore. Well, I visited the rats' barracks. The drill sergeant appeared to be sizing me up. Were the few rats around her really all she had to launch an attack? We were fighting impressive odds. I approached the drill sergeant and went so far as to salute her, which earned me a grunt of satisfaction. The sergeant dismissed her troops and offered me a bit of chickenwood jerky to gnaw on. There's more of us below ground, she explained, but not enough. The cabbies are bigger and there's more of them. We're better with weapons, but haven't got the stuff to make 'em with. Most of us came here as stowaways and brought nothing but food, tools, and the fur on our backs. We can fish, and we nibble the chicken woods, but we can't make guns out of trees. The cabbies came with their own steamer, and seem to have endless supplies. We raid them sometimes, but there's so few of us, and we can never hold on to territory gained for long. But that's of no consequence. All we want is to be left in peace to build our republic. And the Rat Star, she added thoughtfully after a moment. Of course, we want that too. I took a closer look at the Rat Star. An excitable-looking rat was peering at it through smoky goggles, twitching her whiskers and making notes on what appeared to be real paper. Blue as sapphire, but endlessly more brilliant. It's not a star, of course, not really, but try explaining that to the others. The chief engineer doesn't want me working too hard to convince them, says this is better for morale. But just look at it. Look! She offered me her goggles. I managed to work them over just enough for one of my eyes to see the truth of what she was studying. It was scintillac, but unlike any I'd seen before, blue as a sapphire, but more brilliant. Something about the clarity of its color was tremendously soothing. The chief science officer tittered with pleasure as I handed her goggles back. Those of us who've been to the Cavi side of the island and lived to tell of it say that there's plenty of glow there, plenty of bright in the water all around, but nothing like this. We took this from the island's center, Mount Ararat, only it's not a mountain, of course, any more than this is a star. It's hollow. There's a sweet water inside and coral crawling all up the walls of it, but nothing that glows save this. It is ours now, and no one can take it from us. I headed down to the beach. Whoever heard of rat mending a net? When the green billows played, an albino rat smiled up at me from his mending work, looking dainty and a little shy. Chickenwood floats, especially when it's dried out and sealed. We're able to paddle out a bit and cast our nets. We come up with all sorts of things. Blindfish, crabs, sometimes a chunk of broken tentacle. But the fishing would never be so good without the Rat Star, he beamed. I think it only draws good fish and keeps the scary ones at bay. I know the chief science officer doesn't believe it, but I do. That light is our livelihood. I finished my exploration. The bells of the War Council rang. I was summoned. Chapter 4. A Vital Enterprise. The chief engineer emerged from underground with a motley assortment of other rats. He introduced them as weapons experts, strategists, and field commanders. So you're going to help us beat the cavies, he said, a hard edge to his voice. But how exactly? We have 3 options. I had nothing to offer but my advice as your default. King took it in desperation, if not gratitude. It's like the bare minimum you can do. I decided to take the lead. I had a ship. I had cannons. We would steer her to the southern side of the island and have at those uppity animals. That's an iron check of 60%. Or I offered my strategic assistance. We engineered a distraction that the LBs could use to plunder the Cavi's ship and turn the tide in their favor. This goes off our veils, which is our better option. It's a 76% chance, but I think it's our best one. Fingers crossed, because I can't just save scum this. Because I'm trying desperately to play this proper. So, 70%, 76% chance. Ah, damn it. Waited and found wanting. We pretended to take a rat hostage and approached the cavies as with a gift, demanding an audience with Essential. Town encircled us almost immediately, their armor and helmets clean as they purred and chanted among themselves. Well, well, said the Essential, regarding me with what I suppose to be a smile. A reversal of fortune? How unlikely. Suppose you have no trouble slitting the savage's throat on our behalf? Ugh, brutal. A fraction of a moment's hesitation was all the confirmation the Essential needed. See to the ship, she snapped, and had the party scurry to intercept the rats skulking aboard it, screaming war crimes that curdle my blood. As for you, said the Essential sweetly, thank you very kindly for your gift. I assure you it is most graciously received. More swiftly than I would have thought possible, the Essential leapt onto the rat I held bound and sunk her incisors into its chest. I escaped with my life, found myself unable to forget how the rat screamed and whirred while the Essential raised her face to me again, her liver gleaming, his liver gleaming obscenely in her mouth. Ugh. Well, that sucked. Sucked for a chance. Let's try it again. Let's hope this goes better this time. 76. There we go. Yeah, that's much better. A questing beast. I dressed up one of me sailors in a mess of shabby cloth smeared with prisoner's honey, and instructed him to roll around in the black earth of the island. Soon we had a glorious mud monster to send thrashing through the chicken woods towards the cavies. The distraction worked perfectly. The cavies diverted their force towards our makeshift beast, leaving the rats with very little opposition as they plundered the grounded ship. They returned triumphant, as did my sailor, laughing, having led the cavies a merry chase. Within a few hours, the rats' diligence had resulted in the building of a remarkable cache of weapons with which they successfully routed their enemy. The rats, ever egalitarian, shared their spoils in addition to the promised food and fuel. I have succeeded. Hail Marina. 2 houses, alike in dignity. Not that they're saying much, mind. Occurrence, your Pigmont Island might quality is now 4. An occurrence, your Pigmont Island civilization quality is now 5. A nation must be strong. If this reaches 0, bad things will happen to Pigmont Island. Nation must build. If this reaches 0, bad things will happen on Pigmont Isle. Pigment Island spirit quality is now 3. Nation needs hope. If this reaches 0, bad things will happen on Pigment Island. I have 4 bales of parabola linen. Ooh. Who plucks the flax from the banks of rivers that flow through sleep? And 1 scintillac, coral that glimmers as if moonlight. It makes some marvelous jewelry or terribly expensive tea. And 10 fuel. Chapter 5. A nation is born. The house of Cavi had fallen. Marinia was triumphant. All that remained were the celebrations and the continuation of our voyage. Oh, how we feasted into the night. Then, could invite one of the rattest Faber to join. After all, what's a ship without a few rats? I interceded on behalf of the cavies. They were crushed, defeated, and I could see their spirits broken without the light of the rat star to guide them. They needed an advocate. Another one. The wide, dark sea beckoned. We had eaten our fill, and our business was concluded. It was time to continue our voyage and see what other wonders and terrors awaited us. I'm going to intercede on the behalf of the cavies. A grudging concession. I appealed to the chief engineer's moral fortitude and sense of fair play. Perhaps the cavies suffered the loss of the light from the center of the island. Perhaps they were only trying to get it back, not steal it from the rats. The chief engineer looked troubled at the thought. We only wanted to be left alone, he said. He looked towards the Essential, haphazardly bandaged among the rats' other prisoners. Perhaps further negotiation is possible. As I left, I saw the albino rat timidly offering a young Cavi prisoner a piece of fresh fish. An occurrence. Your memoirs, A Rat in the Making, is now 3. You forged peace between the rats and the cavies. And spirit is now 6. Optimistic. Oh. Oh. 1 moment. Whew. A lot of talking this is. It's a fun game. It is a fun game. Just checking something real quick. Just trying to check on things. Making sure of something here. Boop. Because I don't want to mess something up, so I just want to check something real quickly. Here it is. Okay. Alright. That's all. The wide, dark Zee beckoned. We had eaten our fill and our business concluded. It's time to continue our voyage and see what their wonders and terrors still. This is what I was checking. You can grab that, but it will dock the general nation stats on pig mode, and I don't really want to do that. You can keep their qualified tinkerer. The end. There. You finish your diary entry, and the final drag is of the rat's surprisingly good wine. They line up to salute you as you leave the victory banquet, escorting you to your ship through the foundations of their new republic. You now have one of this. A port report. Pigment Island. Your hunger quality has gone. A new nation has been founded. Yep, and it's like, Hell Marina. The East's most adorable nation scurries around your legs. Skintalak harvesters drag heavy bags of the island's bounty to their silos. Industrial rodents work hard on towering edifices, some of them almost neck-high. London will never believe a bloody word of this. Bloody censored for some reason. It's just a fallen London thing. Help them solve a dilemma if you have that going on. That kind of helps you boost up stats. That's I don't have at the moment. You can request repairs. The rats will board and repair. It'll be better priced for better civilization. You could also try to steal the rat star. Blue Skintalak. The rats guard fiercely, but there may be a way, or less direct alternatives, perhaps. You can lower their might to make it easier, but we don't want to steal their stuff. We definitely do not want to steal their stuff. And that is Pigmode Isle. Got a little bit more supplies and fuel, so we should be able to make it back easily enough. Yeah, the island of rats and guinea pigs. They will not believe a bloody word of this. Yes, they will not. But we know the truth. We know the truth. And that truth is the rats. The rats. What's up here? Crab cake. Whatever that crab cake is. No islands within range. Let's look up and see if I can mark this off my map. Okay, well, I can for there. Sure, that works. I need to stop by the lightship so I can get rid of this recent news, and then I should be good. Ding. Speaking of doing good, something awaits you in port. Just what I wanted. Oh, the lightship is a lot more up than I thought I was. This is why I checked the map. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna save my fuel a little bit because I'm close to shore anyways. So I might as well. Wide and dark and terrifying. Ship, recent news, excellent. And off we go. Back home to London. London under the earth. But good old London, nevertheless. Also, I'll go grab that tattoo now. Because, well, no reason not to. Get a tattoo, yeah. Then also reduce my terror. Ah, such chill music when you're home near London. I get inspected this time. Somebody wants to sign on? I have a free evening. First things first, I think I want the Dauntless Hand. I want to increase my irons by more. So I will. A new you, the gold needle pricks, Lily Clathermont hums. The design is complete. Scales mapping your fingers like a gauntlet. Wear it proudly. Gets me up to 42. So here, I have some port reports. Submit your port reports. Like on further shores. Godfall. Pirate monks. I honestly have no idea what we're supposed to do about pirate monks. What are they up to? Submitted. 30 echoes. Goodness. 1 favor, 1 fuel. Pigmoat Island. I'm not certain I heard you correctly. Report submitted. Are you quite certain this is the report you wish to make? So be it. 10 echoes, a favor, fuel, and a really, really doubtful clerk. Been to the Khan's heart. Been to the salt steppes, eh? Yes, this kind of material is always of interest. How a nation could be so barbarian and so decadent at once is beyond me. But they're terribly dangerous. And this is why it's worth the effort. 75 echoes for that one. A favor and a fuel. Khan's Shadow. Oh, these are always fun. Come on, let's hear it. Report submitted. Other officials gather round to hear your tales of bloodshed and debauchery, and the jokes about the Khan that the Shadow produces so efficiently and so entertainingly. The one about the Khan and the donkey produces a roar of patriotic laughter, and encourages the deputy recorder to unlock the department drinks cabinet. Make an occasion of this report. 30 echoes, fuel, and a favor. Then, Jammu Island. Cover report, Demir Island. 20 echoes, 1 favors from the Admiralty, recorded, and some fuel. Now we shall leave. Rose Market should be the same because, yeah. Because we don't have any of those, so. Go to our lodgings, read the morning paper. Just recent news, that is fine. Perhaps not. Let's see here. You still need... Yeah, 6 more Scintillak. We have our officers. Alright, London. A new recruit who awaits your attention. Ooh, there's our 2 options right here. Ooh. Someone to recruit. Engage an officer, the genial magician. Good afternoon, citizen. Perhaps I can do your engine some good. No, haha, I'm quite the engineer. Difficult to credit, isn't it? But here are my references. He is an engineer that increases veils and mirrors for 50 echoes. Also, engage an officer, the tireless mechanic. Afternoon, ready to offer my services. I'm an engineer, finest you'll ever hire. Treat engines like my own children. Not that I have children. Too busy. Usually busy. The tireless mechanic increases veils and fuel efficiency. He's a good one. I might spend 50 echoes to get him. In the long run, it'll save me fuel. Welcome aboard. Spot of rust. Soon see to that. You there, help me with this spot of rust. Put your tireless mechanic in. Don't mind if I do. And he is a chief engineer. 8 veils, which is really good. And plus 5% fuel efficiency, which never hurts. And if we speak to him, invite him to dine with you. His tastes are Spartan. He eats little, drinks only water, barely sleeps at all. So you need to only lay a simple table. One supply. An appeal. Thanks for the meal and the company. No wine. Makes me sleepy. Oh yes, I can sleep. Too easily. That's the problem. He hesitates. There's a draught I take nightly to substitute for sleep. It works well enough, and it keeps me sane and upright, but I wish I could enjoy just one night's sleep. If you could help me. We need a clayman from Polythreme. We'll need a mirror catch box, and we'll need to go to Hunter's Keep. I'll explain when we get there. No, I'm serious. I would owe you a great deal. We want to do this. Mirror catch boxes are rarely sold in London, but can be found in the Connate and occasionally elsewhere. We saw that in Con Shadow. It's a bit expensive. Take a clayman and an empty mirror catch box to Hunter's Keep. We will do that at some point. Once we can have the money to afford to do so. As is per the usual. It's here. In our hold we have 4 parable and linen and a skintlak. The skintlak I want to keep for the merchant venture. The parable and linen I think I can sell. Just go to Wolfsack Exchange. You'll note skintlak sells for 70 apiece. So typically if you were just selling it without the merchant venture, you get 7 times 7 is 49, 490 or something like that. Yeah, compared to the 1,000 he's offering, so he is really good. For the moment, we don't need these parabolan linens quite yet. Or for anything as far as I'm aware of in the immediate future. So we shall sell those for 60 echoes a pence. A piece, rather. We can buy some supplies, thank gods, and have a little bit of cash left over for keeping, because yeah, I need to keep this at the moment. All right, we have an engineer for our fuel efficiency. We have his veil, so we're a little bit sneakier, I guess. We have our recent news. We have things we could sell to him, but I don't want to deal with that unless we very much need to. For obvious reasons in that those aren't taking up hold space, unlike the other things were. So, let us head back out to Zee, and try to find Port Seal. It should be somewhere. I'm thinking it might be north. If it said northeast, I think it might be above Pigmont Isle. I believe, I hope. We'll be taking a quick stop to Hunter's Keep, because it should be on the way. I should have a deal by then. Such good music. You'll note, my first officers that I'm missing at the... My officers at the minute I'm missing, rather, is my first officer and a cook. We'll run into things if we run into things. For now, just keep... we don't have the event, but... Like with Tale of Terror. Who was the one that gave us Tale of Terror? Was it her? Maybe. I don't remember now. I don't remember if it's one of them or not. It's like, that's for them. We need that, but we don't have the mirror box or the clayman yet. We will, however, cash in our news for them. And we haven't done Cynthia. Let's do Cynthia. Cynthia is the eldest, melancholy, pensive, occasionally dramatic. Cynthia grasps your arm and whispers to you. Her eyes are white and blue. Her hair is wild and tangled. Bats might nest in it. It seems to you that you're sitting on a hillside above a wide blue lake, listening to a story of murder, an axe, a net, blood on scented water. Another chop, Cynthia asks. You've barely touched your food. Here, I'll have the maid wrap something up for you. You can't be hungry. It's not safe to be hungry. She's more right than you know. Alright, so I've lost hunger. My irons remains the same. I now have salt's attention amongst everything else. More importantly, I have a Tail of Terror. Also, I gained regular terror. And a supply. This is fine. Terror Tail I'll need for them. Oh, wait, I almost forgot the port report. It's a small amount of money, but every bit of money counts at this stage of the game. Very, very, very much counts. Money, it's important, because we have so little of it. I mean, once we start getting money, it's not like it makes it any better. We still have much money. We'll need much money. Is it 2 months? That's a boat. How rough of a boat? Very rough, very rough, very rough. Crack pirate. We're gonna scooch behind. I think we can do much here. Trick might be just to stay on its back, huh? Like some unwanted parasite. Some very unwanted parasite who's just clinging to their backs. Oh, they're trying to learn. They're trying to learn. Ow. They did learn. Huge gamble doing this, but I figure I could do it. As long as I stay near its rear, this is a ship I can do this. And yeah, it looks very, very, very silly. But it is still surprisingly ideal. Voila! Stored a crack pirate frigate. It is not the weakest kind of pirate, so I was worried about doing that. 745 hold. Loot and scuttle her. She's a vile vessel. These Z's aren't safe. Take what you can and move on. What's this? Here's something at the back of the hold. 2 fuel, 2 supplies, and a cache. Yep, you have finished opening a cache of curiosities. 2 supplies and 2 fuel is really good on its own. And a cache of curiosity, a bolt of fabric. Shake out a little and let it glimmer in the light. Another parabole linen. Okay. That is solid haul from this pirate ship. 2 fuel, 2 supplies, and linen to sell. Parabola is the serpent place behind mirrors. Yeah, Parabola's a place. Or someone made that up. Huh? But in that case, where do they weave this sleek and ambery glittering cloth? Huh? Alright, all clear. Move onwards. Continue northeast. Say shaft. Yep, this is pirate turf. Yeah, see that? Blood on the wind, Gains more. Yep, okay, that is what's here. I'll continue heading east from here then, because yeah, this is Gaines Moor. It's see in a moment, but you'll notice it's a hell of verticality at the moment. Oh, I was stuck on the buoy. Never get stuck on the buoy. Doesn't do any damage or anything, but it's amazingly awkward. Like, why am I not moving? Oh, right. Because of that. Guys, more. Morn is a stalagmite vast as a crag, and its foot has no safe harbors. The Corsair's citadel nestles halfway up. An intricate system of winches takes the strain, and your ship rises slowly from the sea. Her hull creaks in protest. Grizzled sailors groan and cling to stanchions. Higher, higher, now the undersea shimmers like glass below. Children clamoring in crevices cheer and wave alarmingly. The winch motor slows, and you hang in a cradle next to a red-bound pirate cutter. Alright, so here's our options. This is pirate land. It is dangerous land. Even at the errant limpet, a drinking den by the dock cradles is a good place for your crew to find companionship and let off steam. But although Gatorsmorn is a free port, the Corsairs prefer their own, and look askance at respectable Londoners. Yeah, that's a way for that. No need to poke that too much. Explore the Morn? There's a surprising quantity of actual landscape on the Morn. It's vertical, admittedly, but once you find the beast paths and urchin roads, you can traverse it as you would a rocky moor, with an additional throatful of lurching terror. Over here, rumors of a pirate poet. Landlubbers fear pirates. Pirates fear the poet. Ooh, 7% chance on the gather intellect. Oh, we'll hear rumors first. Some say she's a clayman who freed herself with the power of verse. Possible. Others insist that she's the personal muse of the king with the 100 hearts. Unlikely. One claims she sails on a living ship made of the still screaming skulls of her victims. More sober voices mutter that no, it's just an Alkeos-class vessel. Whatever the truths, few have fought her and survived to tell a tale. Only the bravest of captains risk the lonely parts of the Zee where her flag is said to fly. Hint hint, Alkeos-class vessels are attached to her. They also hurt, so that's why I was running away from that other one. This is for the port report. Gather intelligence. Gatorsmorn swarms with pirates, smugglers, and captains of certain legions. You could learn a lot, but you'll need to go carefully. This is another one of those dangerous ones, but I'm gonna try just because I need a report. Dislike of spies. Yeah, you lose crew. You and one of your more villainous-looking sailors join a dice game. Villainous-looking, but you know for a fact that she tithes to charity and has a delightful singing voice. The topic turns promisingly to pillage and ambush, but your sailor is a little too forward with her questions. There's a scuffle and a stabbing. You escape. She does not. More terror. I have the report. I lost a crewman for the effort, though. It's probably the only time I'm gonna do that one. For the obvious reasons. Explore the Morn. We'll risk it. It's... Ah, okay. Isn't the worst event, but... Who will try? Who will buy? A street vendor turns skewers on a grill. The mass scents are nothing like anything sold in London. Tried the grilled troglodyte prawns, huge and pale, and their eyes stare bleakly into yours, but they smell fresh. The others are hearts challenge, really, really bad heart challenges that I'm probably not going to do. Try the shredded jellyfish. It's not to everyone's taste. Try something mysterious. What exactly is Tyrant's treat? The vendor is vague. It looks like a charred stick dripping with bluish fluid. Also, do you have something more robust? The vendor winks and produces a usefully anomalous skewer of meat. Menaces unaccountably peckish. Hopefully I don't run into that. We'll just try the prawns. Gained a fragment, lost horror, lost terror. Not bad at all. Tangy and toothsome. Walk on, chewing cheerfully. Other ones can give some good stuff, but... yeah, we have very low chances on those at the moment. Check-wise. Alright. So if this is here, where the hell is Port Seal? The search continues. The search continues. Oh, Port Seal, where art thou? It's a seal, rather. And also be on the watch for pirates. This is the snares, especially around Gainsmore. That's where there will be a lot of pirate ships. Or enough of them to have to be careful. Very careful. Now I'm down a crew because I failed that check, which was unfortunate. what is up here? Split like a fruit. Webbed with invisible lines, you cross one, tighten them, and it'll split like a fruit. Funnily enough, it's literally you passing by a line. It's a bit meta. Alright. This is just leading me to there. There's that light ship right there. There's a vent. I'm gonna check north. I'm feeling like it's either in this area or in this area. If I'm lucky, it might be even further than Khan's Glory, but I'm hoping not. Which is why I'm checking all these places first. For the obvious reasons. Hello, hello, why am I here? Welcome to the stream. Hope your evening's been going alright and such. Mine certainly has. Definitely later stream time. I decided to see how this would feel, since I can do so on Sunday. Not bad. Kinda nice being just doing it in the evening. That is not friendly. That is not friendly at all. We flee from that. That thing will kill us. That thing will kill us utterly. Been good. Busy pricing magic cards I got from a rummage sale. Ah, fair enough. The, God, that thing's so following me. Yeah, but that's good that your day's been well. It's definitely not a huge thing I've done on my own, but I've heard from other folks. Yeah, there's definitely some cards in those sort of deals that can be very, very pricey. So getting some from a rummage sale and just pricing them out. That's cool. That's definitely pretty interesting thing to be doing. More productive than the rest of my day's been, but, well, sometimes you just want an unproductive day. Just a black square there. I do not want a black square there. Any stupid against guards. Yeah, that is very fair. Because, yeah, I've heard some price on things, and it's like all that for just a small little piece of a thing is insane. And rare, so not surprised you don't have any. But yeah, definitely heard to some people like, yeah, that's a lot for a card of a thing. But hey, to each their own for those sort of deals. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters the most. I used to like, got a card worth $6 and 5 of one card worth two each. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think I used to have some cards of something or other, but that was back a while ago. Back during, might have been high school or something like that. I don't even know where they are. I didn't get rid of them, but considering how much I've moved around since that period of time, they could be anywhere in the massive bins that I just have unpacked and sitting in storage. Ooh. Here it is. Yeah, Bonnie Reefs. This is familiar. This is the landscape I want. Yeah, I don't even remember what in those. Just had them at one point. Might still have them in some bin. Might have vanished. Who knows? Probably nothing huge though in it. That's... Where's Port Seal? That's too low, which means I am not... That's too far. Pass it there. It's either on this left side or it's going to be on this right side of the black boxes. But that's generally the texture I associate there, and the music for that matter. Yeah. Post Elden Ring. This game I'm playing now, Sunless Sea. This is gonna be my Sunday game, and then I think I'm gonna do I think I've decided on 2 different things for my Tuesday and Thursday block. So it'll be fun. It's gonna be kind of nice playing more than 2 games on stream, because I really do like a variety of things. I feel like you're gonna be making your money back. Spend $75 for all 11 boxes. If 6 cards equals 20% of that, and I'm not through everything yet, I feel like I'm gonna make my money back. Okay, yeah, that's reasonable. Profit is profit. Making your money back is perfectly acceptable. Plus some. So it isn't there. I think it's further south. I don't know anymore. I forget. Oh god. This is bad. Them at my back. They're not at my back at the moment. No. I need you. Oh god, she missed. Need you closer, boat. You're spinning too well. You're spinning too well on me. Oh, they stopped. Goodness. This is deadly, but I'm trying it anyways. Too parallel to them. This boat maneuvers very, very, very well. Bonk. Turn. Not you. Ow. Okay, I can't take many more hits. Please die. Please die. Go. Okay. It is a roguelike-ish sort of deal, yes. Sunless Sea is the case of, yeah. It's got its difficulty, and if you do die on this captain, you do have to effectively transfer to a different captain and everything reset. So, yeah, you're right. Just a lot slower paced of a roguelike. Because, yeah, it's a slower game. You kind of definitely played a lot more carefully, but, yeah. This is effectively a roguelike, with a very elderish, horror-ish background to things. And you're trying to complete your ambition. Definitely, yeah. Not as quick and snappy as other roguelikes, but definitely, I feel, yeah, it qualifies. Slower one. You defeated an Alcaeus-class vessel. Crippled, broken, already feeding the Zee's endless hunger. Little remains of the Zee, but scraps of sinking cargo and a few buoyant parts of its splintered carcass. That's over, you're done here? Investigate the wreckage. Gotta be quick to salvage anything. Do this. You steer close, shining the lamp on debris. Captain, quick. Over there, port side. It also has a lot of story for a roguelike, too. No doubt about that. It's got a lot of cool storylines just scattered amongst the entire map. The pirate poet, the legendary clay woman corsair. She clings tight to the last few scraps of floating debris. Defeated, but defiant. You will not throw her, rescue the pirate poet, throw a rope. Claim a bounty. The price of freedom. It takes 3 crewmen to pull the pirate poet from the Zee's clutches, while others mutter about bringing an unfinished man and unfinished woman aboard ship. She just smirks. She carries little on her but the verses of poetry tattooed over every visible inch, and an old sword almost as chipped as she is. Fortunately, her salvaged possessions also include the jingling money purse on her belt, fat and ready to pay the traditional freedom price of her current bounty. Much as the crew could subdue her, all are relieved once she is aboard a lifeboat rowing away towards the darkness towards Guidance Morn. Counters with it have gone up, defeated 400 echoes. Yeah. As I can show on this, it's like, yeah, you effectively have this huge of a map to work with. The areas that generally the one side of the map that stays consistent between each run is the far east side called the home waters. These are generally consistent. The rest of the map, they randomize on each run, so you'll have this is where my initial one is like at the moment that I'm exploring. If you die though, unless you choose specific options or whatnot, but if you die, usually everything else in here will just switch up. So you won't know where you need to go for every run. You'll know what each does because they're all consistent places, just not in consistent locations. Ugh. So, that makes for a lot of playability, so if you die, you can go through a lot of the same things, but you'll have to find things. And dying is pretty easy. I'm already a 45 of 75 hole. If that goes to 0, I'm dead, and I have to boot up another captain. If I run out of crew, also, I also have that run out. And etc. Done explain that. So yeah, it's a fun game with a very fascinating world lore to it. I think that's part of the things that really clings to me in this game is just how enjoyable the story the atmosphere, the entire environment of Sunless Sea is just a fun experience. And the gameplay's pretty good too. It's like, you can just manual save and effectively cut out a lot of the randomized things. I'm not doing that this time, so it's very much true to roguelike of, I only have an autosave. If I get defeated, I can load from the autosave if I, like, exit the game or such. But you only autosave at port or in certain conditions, and if you die, well, you die. And when you die, you start off on your new captain. Oh, Polythreme's here. Okay then, so here's my Polythreme. Okay. I can work with this. I can pick up some claimant for money. Yeah, the things that'll very much help you out is you'll do quests and you can keep track of all the different things. But definitely the best way to up your survival rates is just making as much money as you can so you can get better boats, better equipment on your boats, and all that jazz. That Invictus token right there, that's the thing that's gonna keep me honest. That's the Unforgiving mode, or effectively the roguelike thing. No save slots beside the basic autosave. You'll lose it if you switch to Merciful mode. I'm sticking with Unforgiving, and hoping for the best. Okay, that's another that piece of coral right there, so I think Port Seal might be just below here. I'm looking on it, right? Yeah. That's promising. That is very promising. Also, Polythreme being here is actually fairly decent, too. It's a way to make money! Polythreme. Gather... Polythreme. Taciturn Clayman. Evasive closed colonies. Yes, closed colonies. They're, living groups of clothes that are ever looking to add to their numbers of clothes to up their satience. Walking like humans. Cobbles that groan underfoot. Oh yeah, also all the buildings and everything else are alive here. On the hills above, a palace villa of marble, but even that writhes like buried bones in an earthquake. Gather intelligence? What news from Polythreme? What lives? The king with 100 hearts rules from his palace above the city. He is never seen. He makes no treaties with other lands, but there's unrest in the air. The clay men you speak to are obedient and humble, but they speak nervously of those who are not. The maimed, the rebellious, the unfinished. Let's see. I have enough space in my hold, right? Oh, easy. Carry claymen to London. Are they passengers or cargo? They're certainly the easiest to passengers imaginable, just unless one turns out to be an unfinished man. You should have 6 units of cargo space available. They troop aboard. Each one lies down in its appointed position, next to the other, nested snugly, head by foot. We are for London, one explains to you. We have 6 claymen marked for London. Good day, I will not cause trouble. This can go wrong. Usually doesn't. Knowing my luck, it'll go wrong. Because I'm streaming it. That would not surprise me in the slightest bit. Let's see your shops. You can buy We Are Clay. That's actually a nice one. That's a nice thing. Minus his quarters by 3. We will work. We will only work. This trio of clay stokers will reduce crew requirements, but also crew capacity, and will slightly increase engine power. They are fitted to an auxiliary slot. When they are not in use, they will stand patiently, hands by their sides, flat gray eyes unreadable. One will say, sometimes, I like it when it is quiet. This is a good one. Minus 3 quarters, and thus also minus 3 capacity, but plus 250 engine power and plus 5 iron. And honestly, the less crew works to your advantage, because less staffing requirements you need to get the max means less you need to feed. Obviously don't want to be too low, but we do have an auxiliary slot, right? Yeah, I'll use some of that money from her on a We Are Clay. Increase my engine power, increase my irons. Good, good, good. So now there isn't much left. What else this has is you can sell judgment eggs for a lot. Going to bed. Have a good night. Alright. Thanks for stopping by while I'm here, and have a good evening and a good night. Cheers. Stygian ivory. Oh, yeah, this is where you sell sapphires if you so desire. Yep, no. Let us go a little bit faster with the We Are Clay. Luckily, the engine power I don't think comes at a cost of increased fuel requirements. I don't believe it does, anyways. As far as I recall, it just says straight out really good auxiliary. Ah, there it is. There it is, the principle of coral. And it's wonky music. We're down to 3 supplies and 8 fuel. I need to stop by here. Up by here. I'll run into that. There's an eel on the other side. Stop by here and then start making my way back to London. I 100% need to get back to London. Too bad. I would have liked to stop by Khan's Shadow, but definitely don't have the resources at the moment. Rock of the Emperor Wolfgang. Okay. Ah, there's the secret. Secrets. All that we could ever desire. Not the eel. The eel is not what we desire. We can buy fuel and supplies here for exorbitant prices. We're not doing that. Port Cecile. A sourceless silver glow. A haven for players of games. Rumpled convolutions of coral fill the water, glimmering with silvery light. The harder you look, the more you see shapes amid the chaos, almost as if they were sculpted. This one could be a crenellated castle. That one, a horse's head. A neat little port huddles into the side of a coral island. Prosaic imperial docks and houses tucked away in a baroque organic chaos. In that curious silvery light, among the frozen chunks of coral, the scene has the unreal air of a pencil sketch, crumpled and discarded. We have some options here. We can assist the gnomic Gallivant in his revolutionary scheme. There's a door carved in the Crediday Castle. The Gallivant hands a gaily wrapped package in his arms. Gaily wrapped package in arms. Long string of trails out of it. This is it, citizen. Steel yourself. And get the door for me, please. Or we can refuse to assist the gnomic Gallivant. Maybe you're not as keen to clear the board as he is. You can also play chess. Chess is popular in the principles. The port is full of exiles, drunks, and washed-up Zee traders. They all play, often obsessively. Be careful. The chess pieces are carved from scintillac. Here in the principles, that can be very dangerous. You can explore the coral knoll around Port Seal. Sea laps back around silvery coral. Humps and columns rise from the coral, a bewildering maze. Go carefully. Gather intelligence. What happens here? We're definitely doing this one. Chess, dreams, silver light. The older inhabitants of Port Cecile carry coral incrustations like a disease, splotched with silvery light. They like to go up into the limestone heights behind the harbor, to lay their heads against the pillars and towers, stare at the roof of the neath, dream, open-eyed. Sometimes they speak of things... Sometimes they speak of things far away. The Khanate's work, the smuggler wars, the Fathom King's secrets. Perhaps it's not all invented. Port Seal, the curious business of the principles, perplexes and intrigues London. Alright, we can also gather Scintillac, high-risk challenge. Best of the coral will fetch a high price in London, but walk the reefs of the principles and you risk delusion and despair. Take your crew and go carefully. First things first, we want to play some chess. It's literally a straightforward challenge. A disciplined success. Odd thoughts bubble up each time you touch a chess piece. This one longs for home. That one has a secret desire for revenge against the slayer of its rankmate. This will be a queen one day. Those would do better as metal. You taste the metal. You ignore these thoughts and move methodically to a victory over your opponent. He blinks. Checkmate? He asks helplessly. Win enough games, and something else will occur. You succeeded. Gained 1 pages, opening moves. The coral's changing, and 38 fragments. It is now an 87% chance for more chess. We shall do so. Oh, it was a loss. Gained a little bit of terror, not much. Your opponent shakes your hand. Time to go, she tells you, but don't worry. You'll be back. Her touch lingers. Her fingers are cold. Let's try that again. Fail on an 87 is sad. One more game. You don't know how long you've been playing. You want a match. Another. The rough coral tips of the chess pieces are smeared with blood. Yours. Your opponent's. But you have begun to realize that your moves recapitulate the movements of the powers of the Neath, the flukes in their shapelings, the bazaar that lurks in London, Mount Nomad that prowls the sea, salt, stone, storm. With every move you take, the shape of it becomes clearer in your mind. Sharper. Checkmate, you say. One more game? Your first officer is tugging at your arm. Ignore them. You have chess to play. With enough games, and something else will occur. I've gained another rank of pages. Initial gambits. Gained 2 secrets. Now it's getting really challenging. 45% chance. Boom. Want another. Another checkmate. For us, another rank of pages. 3 more secrets. 30% chance now. A disciplined success. Well, here goes all my luck on chess. Look, mate. One more pages. More fragments. Gambit's answered. Chess is popular. What's our percentage now? 24. Failed. Gun terror. Often look at chess pieces, not really look. The bishops with their hooks. The knight with its maiden teeth. The king and the cream. White minged with red. The roots that pin the corner of the board down to keep you safe from your opponent. You lift a paw to toy with it. Touch its velvety pads. Checkmate, your opponent says. She grins. Looked too closely, did we? You need to be careful with Cinchillac chess sets. Her face is blank and white as the dome of a chess pawn. Get out. Get back to the ship until the waking dream of the coral clears. We'll try that again. It's a 24% chance. Hey! One more game indeed. Checkmate. You're trying to pull me away. I gained another pages. I gained 5 secrets. So many secrets. Chess. The chess players watch you carefully. No. No one tells you. No. There's only one left who will play against you. You'll need an extra move to find it. An extra move. As you reach the crossroads in Port Cecile, a voice whispers, pawn to bishop 6. A rearing shape the size of a cottage, rather like a mitred bishop, indeed, stands 6 yards to your right. A crevice in its coral side might be a cave mouth. A stronger silver. You squeeze through the crevice onto a narrow space like a stair. Irregular steps lead down. The silver light is strong here, and it grows stronger with each step downwards. The pulse of the principles. Silvery light fills a sea cave, dripping from the walls. It condenses to pools of whitish fluid on the uneven floor. Sea sound fills the cave, strong and slow, like the long beating of a heart. On a square slab of coral, someone has set up a game of chess. The pieces are different from the ones used in London. You see the spiraling bishops, the corner roots, the kin, and the terrible cream. As you touch each one, a voice whispers its name. We can either move a paw, the cat's paw, perhaps, or the skin's paw. This is a safe move. Move a knight. The knights are feigned like lions. A touch will wound you. This is an aggressive move. We're gonna play aggressive. It'll hurt. It'll give us a wound. Oh, the cavern breathes around you. That was piquant. Think you are. It distracts from the pains of disillusion in. But I want so to dissolve. Will you help me? Sleep will not. Enough. I desire no dreams. Will you help? You have 1 wound. At 3 wounds, you will die. It stings, rather. If you ever have 3 wounds, you're dead. They will heal when you rest in your lodgings, and from time to time at Zee. We'll get rid of that since we're heading back to London. But we have an opening, and we gained 2 iron. More iron is always good. Offer assistance with disillusion. In the flow of air through the cavern, you hear the voice of the principals, languishedly pleading. Offer an assistant, it flutes. And Skintillac. You enjoy Skintillac, aren't you? An assistant. A rubber man rises from a cyst in the floor. An iridescent cicatrice crosses its face. Even in this flood of silvery light, it pulses like a fevered moon. It shuffles closer. Short flyins, it wheezes. Unprecedented, a rubbery capable of human speech, in however debased and pitiful a mode. My emissary, the cave whispers. Treat it gently. The whisper follows you back to the steps. Take it to the salt lions. A minor piece. Now have an Aquarius outcast. Its brothers and sisters have abandoned it. Pearly light drops from its mantle crest. The principals have touched it, and not gently, but it can work miracles with salt and fish flesh. You know what that means? It's a free officer. +4 hearts, +2 pages, +2 mirrors. And it is a cook. Cook for hearts, pages, and mirrors. Which is all goodness right there. Let's see here. That's a high challenge I'm probably not going to get, but I will try gathering Skintalak and probably get a whole bunch of terror in the process. As the Cora will fetch a high price in London, but walk the reefs of the principles in years delusion and spare. Take your crew and go quickly. Nah, I succeeded. I still got a terror, but that's still succeeding. Fragments of silver. Where the Zee washes across the coral's edge, it grows a rich purple. Each time it washes over your boots, you expect it to leave stains. You edge along the slippery curl, picking up lumps of brighter glowing stuff here and there, and though the Zee doesn't stain, eventually it begins to whisper to you. Phrases so clear that you catch yourself looking over your shoulder in case your crew have spoke. They have not. They're looking around, just as you are. Between stars, the Zee says. Descend the chain. When it runs out across the curl, it sounds almost like a soft chuckle. I rest here, it tells you. I forget. You've succeeded. You've gained 3 Skintalak. I'm 3 away from getting the 7 I need. You've gained 8 terror. Your new total is now 34. Nervous. That's all for now. And now... Just looking at something quickly. Just looking, guess I just want to be sure of something yet again. Not that, not that. That. And yeah, that was a success I got. Hilariously, you get less terror off of a failure. You have a bigger chance of failure on the success, but at least I got a good amount of stuff. Alright. Alright. Before I continue, I'm gonna quickly refill my water, because I have drained it. Be right back. Alright then. Let us press forward. Assist the gnomic Gallivant in his revolutionary scheme. There's a door carved in the crenellated castle. The Gallivant holds a gaily wrapped package in his arms. A long string trails out of it. This is it, citizen. Steal self. Look at the door for me, please. The right person, place, and time. Beyond the door is a long hall of chess tables. A dark man from the Presbyteriate sits alone in the center of the room, playing against himself. The Gallivant pulls the package's string. 1,000 years is more than enough, don't you think? He tosses it into the room before slamming the door. The explosion knocks it from its hinges, crashing between you both. You peek into the room. The man is dead as any of the pieces. The immortal man is dead. You now have one vital intelligence, and the various information is gone. Gnomic Gallivant dusts off his suit. So ends 1,000 years. I've one last appointment, citizen, in King Eater's castle. Time is a cage, and I'm anxious to get there as swiftly as you'll allow. Fuse, you won't suffer his presence a moment longer. Re-deliver him to King Eater's castle. You've already come this far together. See through to the end. The gnomic Gallivant embraces you like a comrade. Absolutely delightful. You have helped my master pen a happier history for us all. I'll be sure to tell him of your assistant when we reach the castle. Bound for King Eater's castle. We are not going there right now. That is a journey unto its own. Oh, that is a journey unto its own. Alright, now comes the fun part. We need to head back to London. We have our port report, I believe. Yes, we do. We just need this eel not to maul us. Which means heading south. Very, very much means heading south. Oh yeah, that's right. I could bump up my stats a little bit in some things. What do you require? Safe and hull damage. For more iron. Sure. Excellent, that's at the top of my list. No, I mean, yes, I mean, my god, no. That captain is going to cause explosions. Although, now that you mention it, there's a secret. Gained an iron. Something see me? Oh, there's a mountain shark down there. Let's see, you increase hearts. Let's see here. You also increase hearts. Does the tireless mechanic increase? Increases our veils. Ooh, okay. Increase your veils. Give him something to really get his mind working. Spend a secret to increase your veils. Don't mind if I do. Of course. This and this. Also this. Don't forget this. And never forget that. Huh? Get it so it's an even number. Honestly, I think what I want a lot more of is iron. Two iron. This is the risky part of the irrepressible cannoneer, though. And now I really can't take damage at the moment. Little explosion. Oh, my word. We need to... Sorry about... There. That's out. Only smoke. Look at the... There. All's well that ends well. And in the end, all manner of things shall be well. Lost a secret. Lost 6 hold. Gained 11 fragments. Gained 2 iron, though. That's good. Now we have plenty that needs repaired. Let's get back to London. Let us get the hell back to London, alright? Don't let anything kill me, indeed. I wonder if there's anything close by on the map. Some distance to the... Oh! Ooh. Okay. This is an amazing find. This is a great great find. I needed this. Here we are, the salt lions. They're what you expect. But there is a port here. Darn, my deal's clicked off. Salt lions, there's a vast sorrow in their empty eyes. Two basalt beasts, cathedral size, they frown eternally at each other across the black waves. The north one carries an encampment. Creeping human figures eat away at its features like rot. Picking. There's a supply dock below. I can visit the unmakers. Muscular pick wielders rest on camp stools, watching you approach, passing hip flasks around. An unconscious overseer beckons you to sit. You can carry Sphinx Stone to London. That's a good thing. Unmakers are here to reduce the salt lions to rubble, one block at a time. Help them in their work by carrying the rubble back to London. You will need a deposit, the 200 gold, and 20 units of spare cargo space. The spare cargo space being, yeah, we have exactly 20 at the moment. We could, in fact, do this. Potentially. Assuming I don't just get something extra. But for now, there's also this event, Salt's Rites. The face of the Northern Sphinx is all but gone. Lost faces are sacred to Salt, they say. You are drawn there to what end. Salt's vote is distant but clear. It's like, that is Salt's attention, but we also need Salt's attention for Shotflions. You brought the Narcissus outcast out here. With luck, it knows why. We need to do this. Unexpected grace. The face of the Northern Sphinx is all but gone. The Narcissus outcast scrambles doggedly up. It pauses at the top and then flips into the air. An arc as precise as a compass line, down into the darkness of the Zee. It's gone with barely a splash. You wait. There's no reason for alarm. It can probably breathe water. You wait longer. There's a certain degree of decorous alarm. Longer still, and the alarm manifests in the form of sailors clustering casually by the rail. Only casually, because no one would admit any concern for the fate of a rubbery man. The rubbery man surfaces. It mounts the steps to the quay with the ceremonious delight of a vicar mounting the steps to a pulpit. Holds a sphinx stone chess piece aloft in its hands. Principles, it wheezes. Salt's attention quality is gone. Which means we can't do that other one. But we can visit the Unmakers. Lost 5 terror, gained a fragment. Fungal tisane and tea cakes. We got funding from the bazaar, it's true, but Station 4? I wouldn't call us Station 4. It's a little grandiose. Stones are stuffed with secrets, but most of them are used as garden statuary or occult ballast. Most of them. Some go down to the place under the bazaar. More tea cakes. Lost some terror, which is good. Gained a fragment. Now we need to compile the port report. Time, basalt, disillusion. Notes for the Admiralty. Record the activities of the makers, such as they are. Rite of stone and silence. As our last scene, we will carry a load of Sphinx Stone, because we have the money, we have the space. If the stones weep, an unmaker advises you, ignore them. Unless they flood your hold, of course. Then you should probably dump them overboard. Don't tell anyone I said that. You know, you've lost 200 echoes. It does pay off. Worry not. The unmakers have smashed these sad and rubbly remnants off the flanks of a salt lion. A contact in London will purchase them. You can also carry multiple loads if you have the echoes and the cargo space, but with a starting ship, you're not gonna have such. I need to get back to London. You'll note my hull is now red. Means I'm below the halfway point, and any damage will also inflict crew damage upon me. Which means losing crew members. We don't want that to happen. So we are very quickly heading. We are heading home as quickly as we can. We have Stinkstone to sell. We have our stone dudes to deal with. We have that boat. It's another Alacraz class Corvette. Piss off, please. Oh, there's another one. There's another boat here. Why all the boats? Ding dong, ding dong. Okay, we can have our light on now, so our people aren't absolutely fucking terrified up the wazoo. We can stop by Pigmotes. Pigmote. I'll grab another report there, as much as they'll laugh about it. Reports out reports. Give us some things. It's America. Those repairs. Pilot report. Help resolve a dilemma. It runs over. Hairless advisor. Return to us. Praise the tide. We need your wisdom once again. Dilemma. What do you advise? The aid takes you deep into the chicken woods. A terrible state of affairs, Hairless Advisor. Our young pups turn from our traditions to new and foreign ways. He shudders as he points at something in the middle of the clearing. A crudely made jackal-gnat sits in a circle of sticks, a bead of skinflint carefully placed in each eye. Neither advocates stern measures. It is a very modest challenge based upon the spirit of the place. We can preach tolerance. There are stranger customs in beneath. Which again? Like, each effectively has different effects on the various thing. We have this random deal. Then it's like you make a choice between the two, and it influences the deals. Here, that's might. Plus might, if failed, otherwise minus 2%. I'm gonna play the safe option here. Preach tolerance. It'll... Patience. The aide examines the mask. He takes an experimental bite that shivers. As you say, Hairless Advisor, turn a blind eye for now, though I fear for our future. How can our pups hope to vent our shores if their hearts lie away from our culture? Raises up the spirit by 1. The might, it goes down by 1. Effectively change the balance. Well, that is that. Multiple ones of those deals. I'll do them when I can. Although, not too. Although, just when I happen to be in the area. I'm gonna go out of my way for Pigmote Isle. Let's see, go up here. There's Crab Cake. We will get rid of our... We'll get rid of that black square, and then we will head to London. And we'll be pretty much even on London from there. As long as we go west. We're going down. Abort on the upward path, there's a giant crab there. We'll go down this way of Crab Cake. To spare ourselves from becoming a cake of a crab. Yeah. We do not piss off the crab. Crab would annihilate us. Gods would it ever. Alright, we're almost there though. There's the light ship, which means we are just east of the place. Gonna check to make sure I've used up my news. I think I did at Hunter's Isle, but I'll make certain of it. I did. Excellent. off we go. Alright, so places we're gonna need to go. We need to go to, assuming we have the money, we're gonna need to go to Khan's Shadow for the mirror box. Then we'd be heading back down to Polythreme for more Claymen. Then we'd be going to Port Seal to do what needs to be done there. Then I guess maybe Salt Lines to pick up another load if we have the space, and then Hunter's Keep for our mechanic. Then we'll have the mirror box deal, and then we'll have the Clayman from Polythreme. That should work. Should. It's a nice, even path that we know we can facilitate. We'll just need to make sure there's enough room for the sink stone. Which is always the tricky part at this point. Also, I need a repair while I'm here, other than just supplying up. Collect messages from the Harbor Master. Someone wants to sign on. London, deliver the Clayman. Sure, one by one they rise, uncomplainingly, with no trace of stiffness or discomfort from the long journey. Deck resounds beneath their heavy tread. A shroom-yard manager waits on the dock, tapping her foot. About time, she said. Here's your payment. Come along now, you. That's a good construct. We gain 120 gold, 20 echoes, rather, for 6 Claymen. That effectively puts their value at, like, 20 echo apiece. Not a huge profit, but it's like, if you have the space, you might as well. If you were to lose any of them, you'd get docked for how much you lost. Such as it goes. Delivers Sphinx Stone, special constables, black uniforms, distinctive caps, the badge of the Ministry of Public Decency. Wait with a cart. Sign. Here's a receipt. Here's a discretion contract. Here's a penalty contract. Your vision is blurred by the end of it all. The cart rumbles off into the coiling fog. Here's your reward. You've gained 500 echoes. 300 echo profit there. Very nice. No longer have any of that. You've lost some terror. And I've delivered it. This is very, very good. A new recruit. Let's see who's here. Engage an officer. The sigil-ridden navigator. Okay. Let me guide your ship. I know all the Zee, how it was, how it will be. Please, the headaches only stop when I'm working. Navigator is a first officer who increases mirrors and veils. Oh, not one of the officers I was looking for, but I could hire him on in the meantime. Because it will fill up my first officer slot. Sure. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Ah, my god, the air. It's clear already. Let me chart a course for you. Ah, my head. Sigil-ridden navigator. And so we go to officers. He increases mirrors by 6, veils by 3. Which is pretty alright. If you speak to him, you can dine with him with supplies. Invite him to dine with you. Has an admirable appetite for so slight a fellow. Also, you can increase your mirrors from him. I'm probably going to do that for a little bit. For now, invite him to dinner with you. Forgetfulness, seconds, then thirds disappear in small, hasty morsels. He is nervous and not a gifted conversationalist. You do your best to peen the silence. When you ask about his fast, he winces. I can't say, citizen. This, he taps the livid sigil on his temple, which twitches like a scorpion's sting, has burned away my memories. I recall I have a brother, but not his name or where he is. Remember the names of the ships I've served on, the Implicit, the Boony Swan, but not their crew. How did he come by the sigil? Clutches his head. I don't know. I don't know. Thinking about it is like fire in my skull. He grits his teeth. Someone must have hated me very much to curse me with it, but I can't even remember my enemy. Speak to him again to advance the story. Speak to you again. Captain, Captain, my sleep is riddled with dreams. Citizen. Dreams of bells and candles. Oh dear. Destination. He paces the deck. I see a lonely house lit by tallow and wick. A bell is ringing. It rings now. Do you hear it? He scratches his sigil, which has begun to bleed. Do you know this place, Captain? Can I plot a course? A place of candles and bells. The Chapel of Lights, a northern church where no sin is too terrible. Oh dear. Anyways, first things first, let's submit our port reports. Guidance Morn. Have something to tell us about the pirate fleets of the forest? Yeah, and I lost a crew member for it. Submitted. 30 echoes, a favor, fuel. Hunter's Keep. I trust the sisters are keeping well. Yes, indeed. More fuel, 5 echoes. The Principles of Coral. I have no idea why anyone thought that settlement was a good idea. Submitted. 30 echoes, favor, fuel. Godfall again. Pigmont Isle again. She want to make this request? So be it. 10 and a fuel. Polythrene, the king with 100 hearts. What a useful fellow. Without his exports, I'd be delivering my own coal. Favor, surveyed. 50 echoes, 1 fuel. The Salt Lions. The bazaar has always taken an interest in that place. 20 echoes, 1 fuel. 1 favor, Admiralty. And yeah. Speak to the speckle. No point, but apparently I'm to show you it anyway. Very well. Now, there's something I can give to him, and that I should. Submit vital intelligence. What's that? Tell me, quickly. Vital intelligence can be created from 2 pieces of strategic information, or earned through spy networks and some other opportunities. 1, and I can have that. So, enthusiastic nods. I'm glad you brought this to me. I have a colleague of sorts, a diplomat, so-called. I will tell you because I trust you. This diplomat will pay better, but I will put the information to better use. He leans forward. There are powers in this world I cannot speak of. There are affairs of the Navy I am not proud of. Bring me more information like this, and we can set matters right. You have Recovering X, Supremacy, London. You've gained 350 echoes, and a favor of the Admiralty. And a contact. The Voracious Diplomat. The diplomat there's your mansion's pyre in a second-floor office above a gymnasium for pugilistic ladies and gentlemen. Your conversation is punctuated by distant shouts and blows. Diplomat smiles fondly at the sounds. Pick up an agent. I have a friend, the diplomat says casually, who would be grateful for passage somewhere. The Connate, for instance, or Port Carnelian. Agent will allow you to establish an intelligence network and sometimes to grow it later. You can also give him moves in the great game. You can also do vital intelligence, but ask about the diplomat's role. What kind of diplomacy is involved? A catly grin. The kind of diplomacy that doesn't get written down. I'm attached to the Admiralty, not the Foreign Office. London is not what she was, but she still has interests abroad. I'll look after them as best I can. I do hope you're patriotic enough not to ask for too many details. Ask about the dark speckled admiral. Do they work closely together? A carefully neutral expression. Well now, the admiral is a man of principle, very straightforward, very traditional in his views. I think it's rather courageous of him to expect the Navy to operate without outside assistance. And he has excellent taste in both chamber music and wine. Hope that makes my feelings clear. It really doesn't, but we can pick up an agent. Unlocked with Favors Admiralty 1. Though I think you need it for that, so we'll... Not at the moment. You do, however, need to go here. Put your ship to dry dock. And we need a repair. Here are your various options. You can get fuel from the Admiralty. Lead Beater and Stainrod Shipyard. LNS will do you a fair job for a decent price, but they have a reputation for cutting corners. If you're badly damaged and short of money, this is worth a go. Contrail and Hathersage Shipyard. C&H has a reputation for reliable work for a slightly higher price. This will completely repair your hull for a full 100 echoes. Admiralty Yards. You may call in some of your Admiralty favors to have cheap, good quality work done on your ship. Good enough for now. Employ Ratisfaber engineers. The Rats of Fallen Ember are remarkably skilled engineers, and they know ships well. They are not, however, reliable. Payment in kind, not currency. So repair some of your hull. How much? Difficult to say. You use supplies and have no more than 0 wretched logs. Basically, you're exchanging supplies for it, and it's a toss-up. Blip. Short on money. I think I'm gonna be trying the... Yeah, Lead and Beater. That worked well. All shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. Probably. 75 echo, 60 hull. I can only go 75, so that was an overpay, but it means I'm back in business for that shindig, which is good. Let's see here. I need to sell that because I have it and I do not need it. Sell for 60. And then, wait, let's go to our lodgings first. Read the morning paper. Lost terror, no supplies. Rest in a room above the blind houseman. Didn't have the echoes to go out rostering. Best stay at home. I could buy an elegant townhouse, by the way. That'd be most of my money. I'm not buying that yet. It's 10 echoes. I can reduce my terror and heal a wound. I have a wound to heal, so I'm doing this. I only lost 1 terror. Ouch. The rest keep you awake of nights with their muttering and skirmishing, but the bed is warm, and the door has a lock. 1 terror is unfortunate, but... C'est la vie. It's the wound that was the most important to redo. Could have another go at this. Let's go on rostering. It's not. London. Oh, I do have a free evening. I should be doing that. Reduce your terror. Might run into trouble. Or romance. 80%. A marvelous night out. Sea shanties, fine food, and the warmth of a pub fire. And something more. You lost 5 terror. Lost 10 echoes. Now I have 1 of this. Recent news. You have lost 1 times another day of free evening. Ah. Here's a thing we can do. That night in Wolfstack, you find yourself sharing a table with a likely lass. She tipsily claims to be a spy. Whatever she is, she's easy to like, and when the evening ends, you're still together. A dapper chap, an elegant fellow with a Presbyterian accent, and an unexpectedly delighted laugh. By the evening's end, it seems natural that he should accompany you home. Someone whose name you do not recall afterwards recall. Your only love is a Zee. You'll take comfort where you can find it, but that's all it is. What's wrong with this? You lost 3 terror. Next morning, an interlude. The next morning, she gives you a pewter locket. As you reach for it, she grips it briefly in her fist. Don't you dare forget me, she says. Oh, right then. We did it. Did a thing. Cannot cruise some more. My terror's at 24. Not great, not horrible. I need to buy supplies. 4, 10, 5. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. I think 16 and 8 should do us alright. In theory. In theory. So 16 and 8, we still have our 4 Skintlack, and we have our rotation to do. Ah, you know what? I should buy one more supply. Another 1 fuel, I think, because my supplies are about to tick over. Okay, then. Let's go. We have a rotation. We have a route we want to do, and we shall do it. Shall chug along. Alright, so let us head straight for Demure Island. And then we can go up to Khan's Shadow, and then down again. Yeah, that sounds good. Then I can pick up another port report in Demure Island. And onwards. Another one up in there, too. Yeah, we can do this. Could stop by there to reduce our terror a little bit, but no need for that. Because we'll be using that recent news for us. Oh. Don't you dare forget me. You stand on the bridge with the likely lass's locket in your hand. Keep it. It's a risk for both of you. Shorebound lovers grow lonely, and sea captains die young. Or throw it away. With enough time and effort, you could break her heart. Or she yours. Gonna keep it. Close your hand over the locket. The sea air is cold, but the heat of your blood has warmed the metal of the locket. Keep it close. You lost one terror. You have a sweetheart in London. You chose a sweetheart and fall in London. Aww. I need to not run into this mazy thing. That'd be awkward. Oh! The crab! Crab! Guess we're taking the slightly roundabout way to Demure Island. That's slightly around being, yeah. Through the Labyrinth of Eels. Ah, yes. A lovely place I'm sure everyone would want to visit. The Labyrinth of Eels. Nothing could go wrong in a place called the Labyrinth of Eels. Everything could go wrong in the Labyrinth of Eels. Got that box. Then head down this way to the aisle. And hope we don't run into any more crabs. Crabs I avoid for a reason. It's like the boats, you can kind of do that clever sneaky thing of trying to ride their aft, but the wildlife, they ram for a lot of damage. And there's nothing you can really do except just try to keep pedaling away from them. Which is very much easier said than done. And it's not easy. I get hard. I have basic weaponry and a basic boat. Suffice to say, not the ideal circumstances. Alright, Demure Island. Hello, you shall give me some additional supplies, ideally. Me chatting with the dude here. First and first, we get slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Slowly indeed. Up. I'm Misery and Funger. Tea with the Factor. Interlude. Lose some terror, gain fragments, gain supplies. Supplies that we're about to use up. And then we grab a port report and we head off. Up to Khan's Shadow. Or we should be. where we should be able to get to that mirror box. The mirror catch box, which we will need for that guy. Then we'll go down, hit up Godfall for that port report as well, and head off to Poly 3. We'll grab our Clayman, then down to Port Cecile again. And try again once our hand at getting some more Skintalak. So we can slowly work our way to getting paid by the venture merchant. Because yeah, we want to do that too. That's an interesting thing, to say the least. It's a very interesting thing. Yeah. As to whether we hit up the Sphinx Stones again or not, we'll see. Oh, you know what? I might as well already hit up here. I'm gonna have to deal with you again. They like camping around, let's say, here. Nope, nope, nope. One needs to stay behind them. That is not behind them. That is off to their side. It's her especially that can keep really good about not letting you get up behind them. They like to spin a lot. It's annoying. Also stomp, huh? You do that too. Triggered that a bit early, but I still hit, so yay. Yep. That's why I did this, because this is a payout. Shine light. Captain, quick! Over there, port side. Legendary clay woman corsair. She clings tight to the last fragments of fleeting debris. Defeated, but alive. You can either rescue the pirate poet. Once again, you are victorious. Have an officer rescue her. They can bring you her freedom pouch. You have more important matters to attend to. Or salvage the cargo instead. Well, we'll rescue her again. Gracious in defeat. The pirate poet hauls herself up the rope, nodding her gratitude to the crew. Another battle well fought, Captain, she grunts. Few earn a second verse. Along with her freedom prize, she presents a gift, a cask of wine saved from the sinking vessel by her own mighty arms. They say it is a fine vintage, but men were saving it to toast our victory against you. Or perhaps you would join me in a drink to them. Counters with the ring have gone up, once again defeated. Cask of mushroom wine, the finest output of the Greyfield Shroom Yards. Another 400 echoes, which is the important, just the really important thing for it. Echoes are good. The echoes from her is very good. If you can maneuver it right, like I said, it's like I took 4 damage for a good payout. That's acceptable. Godfall. That's, 5 for that. Let's get our port report since we're here. Shops. Alright, we need to go up to Khan's Shadow. Then down to Polyphony. No, we have Khan's Shadow there, but for some reason not fully explored on the map. I'll have to boop around the outside of it to explore that, so I can actually fully see it on my map. Chug, chug, chug. This is gonna pay out well for me. This is indeed. Like, finally found some of the proper things to start getting my payroll running effectively. Wonders heart. Alright. So I think I need to go up if I want a chance of having this box fill up. Because it seems this is where the holding spot is. Alright. Come on now. You want a view on my map? Feel the map, damn you. It's costing me fuel. Fickle, fickle, fickle. And I guess I'm just gonna have to make a loop around it. And get away from that, motherfucker. We do not tempt fate with one of those connate vessels. So here's me, but I must be going. Things to do, people to see, yada yada yada. Alright, now head back up. Waste of precious supplies. But appeasing me because I can actually now see this place on my damn map. Alright, I forgot I was gonna raise my mirrors up a little bit. Secret. I'm sorry, it's a pain. No, this is what you wanted, I think. Is eager to instruct you like a drowning man striking for air. But he struggles to put words to his understanding. Does the sigil give him his insights? His own learning he has failed to forget. I want at least up to 40 mirrors. Alright, there we go. Who were you again? You were Veils. Your hearts, your hearts, your irons. Okay, I have no one to increase my pages at the moment. And dock. And report. Shipyard. Can sell this wine here. That's fine with me. Then we can buy this empty mirror catch box. Buy that for that. You'll note, it does keep spot in our hold. Empty mirror catch box. A chest with an embedded matrix of mirrors. Unlikely device for capturing sunlight. It's predominantly used for that reason. Catching sunlight. We, however, are using it for a different reason. For our pal here. So, not quite yet. Get the claim in, and then we can head off to Hunter's Keep, huh? Possibly stopping by the salt lions on our way. Ooh, unfinished. We need to sneak by these unfinished dudes. They would be rough deals. Because they are a rough deal. And of course, they're fucking turning towards me. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Okay. Passive enough, I can turn on my lights. And hopefully head down. Now he saw me. Let's hope they're not too fast. Clear up. Sir, I do not want what you're selling. Especially since what you're selling is death. We don't want that. We definitely don't want that. So yeah, we'll go down here to Polythreme, and then we can go down towards Cecile. Cecil. Whatever it's pronounced. However it's pronounced, huh? Oh, the frogs. That's a place. I'll have to remember that, but we do not need to be there at this moment. Not even close. Doc, moving. Gather intelligence. And get some claiming. Claiming. Opt for London. That puts our hold at 25. We effectively have to be down quite a bit supplies for the salt line, so we may or may not do that. It's all dependent on the supply count, for sure. I am worried about my fuel. Also, I am worried about my terror, too. Yeah, my terror's pretty up there as well. But I might have to sacrifice some for some in the name of fuel efficiency. Just a little bit of terror. Just a little bit. By a little bit, I mean, oh gods, the horrors. The sea is wide and dark. You are far from light or hope. And now back to wide and dark. Yeah, people don't like being in the dark in the sea. Fairly, I'll say. Fairly. But we need to conserve on fuel. For some reason I've wound up with too little of that. Up and over and through. Gather intelligence. Gather scintillac. One scintillac, one terror. We failed, but our fail is less. It just guaranteed less scintillac. Polypoid whispers. It is against local law and custom to break coral from the reef, and you've seen the scars of those who tried, the acid burns, the blind silver eyes. So you're looking for the loose fragments. Today the sea is calm, and you find a good few candidates. They lie shining softly like droplets of moon. But after a little while, you become concerned that their eyes, that each is watching you. When you close your fist around one, it examines your blood with amused delight. When you put them together in your pocket, they clatter and gossip together. Of course, you think. They broke from the shining mind. They have its vitality, but not its weariness or experience. You'll have to lock them in separate boxes, lest they peep at you when you're bathing and see who you are. The thought of their sight on your skin fills you with horror. What if your skin turned clear? What if they saw your bones? You come back to yourself when you see one of your sailors fall on his back and start kicking delightedly in the air like a beetle. "Gravity!" he cries. "I have fallen!" You hasten back to the ship with your hull of coral before it can do any further damage. Alright, back to here. Setting up, the outcast toddles eagerly over to the chessboard to place the Sphinx stone piece at one corner. "Oh yes," the voice of the principal sighs. "Oh yes, that will very good. But I ache so to be reduced, to be less. Will you bring more? I pay most in scintillac and in secrets." "Yes, I'll need to complete my chess set, and then you'll need to defeat me. Bring me a wakeful idol to be my new bishop. Bring me a monster's tooth to be my new knight. Bring me a heart-shelled silver to be my new root. Bring me a little flint to be my new paw. And bring me a flute core for my kin." Ah, shit, I need a flute core. Okay. Unfortunate. We'll make do. But that'll put off completing this for a bit. Flute cores. Flukes are not easy. Bring me a flute core for my kin. At each phrase, the outcast nods and sways. Nods and sways. Somehow, it looks frightened. You've gained 7 scintillac. Oh, yeah. I won't have room for the Sphinx stone. That's fine. This scintillac load is pretty good. Current's an end of your principal's end, a fluke core. Principal's end, a little flint. A wakeful idol. A monster's tooth. And a heart-shelled silver. That is what we need for them. And thus, do we need? Alright, our hold is currently full of 31 to 40. We are heading to Hunter's Keep. Do not stop go, do not stop at the salt lines. We are going this way. And hoping we have enough. chug, chug, chug. I have my lights on again. This might be bad. Toggle lights. Sorry, crew. I'm not sure how well our fuel will last. We'll have but to make do. Have but to make do. Rage auxiliary. Okay. We can but make do. I mean, if we need to, we can divert from Hunter's Key back into London, but we shouldn't need to. Should be hugely fun. We'll leave you be. Ah, the crawling stars. The lookout shouts far above the false stars in the cavern roof are shifting. A rare and ominous event. What now? Record the change and assign a name. If the new shape seems well omened, your crew may be cheered. Who knows? 50-50 luck chance. Eyes on the deck. Forbid them to look. You can't really stop them, but you can at least discourage discussion. They won't like it, but it's safer. We'll record it. The Zee Bats. Bats is luck. A Gaftooth, Stoker, Avers all agree. Leathery, but lucky. Lost 5 terror. Excellent. I got a good result out of that. I'm glad for it. I guess the Mirror Island again. Sure, I should be able to hit to the Mirror Isle and still be back to there. By the time I hit there, I'd still have it. Fuel is low, but more supplies I have gotten. This is fine. This is fine. Might not be fine. But for now, this is fine. A producer. Terror is increasing. Into that. Door into that. And clear shot. Hunger is refreshed. That's fine. I'm getting more in a moment. Tea with the factor. 1 supplies, lost 2 terror. Excellent, excellent. We'll run with our light on for a bit. And hope for the best, but I'll be keeping track of it. We should be good. We're not that far away from London. Not too far, anyways. Like I said, should be fine. Should be fine. As I awkwardly look about, should be fine. Should be fine. So, don't tell the crew. They don't need anything else to be worried about. Off we go, past the Monkey Crag. Once I'm past this, it's just predominantly west. Oh god, that's his bound shark, eh? Don't look at me, shark. Don't look at me, shark. Don't look at me, shark. Okay, I think we can get past the shark. I think we're safe from the shark. Must not be killed by the shark. Yeah, until I get better guns, sea life especially, I'm gonna try my best to just keep on dodging around as best as possible. Your basic small crab and jellyfishes, they're alright. If a little bit dangly on the jelly floors. But big things like giant crabs. Or sharks. Or eels. Let's not tempt fate there. Let's not tempt fate indeed. That is but the name of the game. play carefully and one shall live. There's times to risk. There's times to play it safe. In this case, it's times to play it safe. Oops, popped that a little bit too early. Reconcile the aisle. There's news. Here we are with this deal. We have everything we need. A Clayman, empty mirror box catch. Visit the cellar. We will need, the mechanic tells the sisters, to visit your sub-cellar. Oh, that nasty place, Lucy says airily. A little hastily? Yes, we'll take you down there, she smiles. But we'll need stories. Something alarming for Cynthia. A Zee story for Phoebe. And a tale of distant place for me. We have each of those deals. Beneath Hunter's Gate, the sisters listen with delight to your stories and unlock the cellar door for you. The key is so heavy that Cynthia can only lift it with both hands. We won't go in, she says. We don't go in. The signs on the stones have a Kaganian look. In the deepest sub-cellar, your candles illuminate a litter of tumbled stones. The remnants of a temple. The pool at the cellar's center is almost dry. The remaining water there seethes oddly in the candlelight, as if we're near boiling, but it's quite cool to the touch. The writhing river flows near here, the mechanic remarks. One of the tributaries of a dream. I hope it doesn't touch the well those poor girls drink from. My enemies find me when I sleep, but this water will attract my enemies to this poor fellow. He bends to dip his hand in the water and sketches a sign on the Clayman's forehead. The man watches stolidly. The mechanic hands him the mirror catch box. Hold this, he says. Keep it open. Don't let go, no matter what happens. The Clayman's huge hands enfold the box. There, the mechanic says, turning to you. A serpent trap. Now I can sleep. I can finally sleep. He smiles. Then I think I may be able to offer you something rather interesting. Speak to the mechanic on board to advance the story. We have a serpent trap. This Clayman looks confused as it grasps the mirror catch box in its great gray hands. It would look a lot more confused if it knew what to expect. Lost one Clayman. A story. Tale of fear. That. Lost our box. Alright, let's luncheon with Miss Phoebe Salt. I think she was Salt. Here's a story. No, she's Story. Oops. Well, lost 5 terror. Gained a memory. Here's Stone, so Salt must be her. News. Yes, occasionally dramatic. Yeah, there we go. There's Salt's attention again. It's for a purpose, trust me. Gained a terror, gained a tale of terror. I remain unchanged. Alright. Okay. Right. Speak to. Allow the mechanic to enjoy his sleep. It might be messy, he warns you. Could you have a couple of strong sailors standing by? Tell them to snap the box shut when the trouble begins. He holds up a bottle of laudanum. I will be sleeping deeply. We have crew, we have our serpent trap, we have that. A certain amount of excitement. When nothing seems to be happening, you take to your own bunk, but a roar from the Clayman brings you sprinting back to the mechanic's cabin. You fling open the door. The man's eyes seethe with a viric flame. It's struggling against the effects of the sailors to restrain it. The efforts of the sailors to restrain it. As you rush to assist, it flings one sailor off, but the other manages to snap the box closed. Instantly, the man goes stiff. A lifeless clay statue. The viric glow now pulsates from the box. In the bunk, the mechanic sleeps on, his face wreathed in dreamy smiles. He will sleep so until morning. We now have a mirror-catched box full of very angry dream serpents. This is actually important. I just realized I need to take a detour. As the man explained exactly what the hell is going on. Well, it's like this. I stole a secret from the Echo Bazaar, with the help of the Finger Kings. You know, the serpents who rule Dream. When I regained on the Finger Kings, then I renegated on the Finger Kings. Don't look at me like that. Would you rather I give them the secret? Pigs of stone. I talk about engines all the time. I'm sure you've noticed. And I dream about them. I found myself dreaming of the stone pigs. They're, I don't entirely understand still, but they're how the bazaar travels between stars. Did you know that they did that? Did you know they did that? And they sleep, so the Finger Kings can crack their dreams open, so the Finger Kings recruited me. I found a secret in those dreams. An engine like the Zee's never seen. Oh, Captain, let me build it for you. You won't be sorry. But there are some things I'll need. I know, isn't it always that way? Currents, your objective, the unsettling sage quality, is now rescue or ransom him from wisdom. Need help to build the engine. It'll need to be alive like the pigs, and I'm better at metal. Rescue or ransom him from wisdom in the Sea of Lilies near the Koenig to help the tireless mechanic complete his project. Mechanic's secret in Frostland quality is now 1. Find Frost found in the north and retrieve mechanic's secret from the penultimate chamber. I had to hide this secret somewhere the Finger Kings couldn't go. I hoped they'd leave me alone then, so I put it in Frostfound. Not the very heart of Frostfound. I'm not insane, but, quite close to the heart. Dear, we don't do that. It's a rough one. Find Frostfound in the north and retrieve the mechanic's secret from the penultimate chamber. Currents, objective, materials for the impaler. Take 1 element of dawn, 1 casket of sapphires, and 40 units of Stygian ivory, along with the mechanic's secret and the unsettling sage to King Eater's castle. We need once living monster material, and since we can't get the heart of the bazaar, no, we really can't, we'll need something from the dawn machine. Sorry. Take 1 element of dawn, 1 casket of sapphires. Yep. This is a long-term project. It's worth it, but it's a long-term project. A lot of high requirements on board it. Make do, eventually. As you'll know, just by its pure cargo hold requirements, we need something big. A lot bigger than this dinky little steamer. But for now, this dinky little steamer has been taking us places. Good old London. I do not have an event. I need something to happen to, well, happen. Don't mind me as I spin here for a little bit of time. It's a way to pass time. Zooming about. Shouldn't be too long, but maybe I should have detoured off to another place first. Maybe so. Hunter's Keep in London is a little bit too quickly to be using that up. But oh well, we'll work with it. Zoom around. Come on now, let us give us now the place that we need to be. There it is. I promise I won't do that terribly often. It's boring. Ah, here's the other deal. Her Enduring Majesty's Custom, the Revenue Men. Her Enduring Majesty's Custom Service works closely with both the Ministry of Public Decency and the Masters of the Bazaar. Today, they have selected you for an inspection. Don't cheek them. Let them do their worst. You have nothing to hide. So also reduce your suspicion if your suspicion is 5 or more. They, you note, are looking for sunlight-filled mirror catch boxes, unstamped crate of brilliant souls, unstamped crate of human souls, and romantic literature. You can also declare all controlled goods, pay the customs duty on any untaxed souls or romantic literature you're carrying, surrender any smuggled sunlight, so also reduce your suspicion. Basically, it's like if you have a whole bunch of these things and don't want to get rid of them, you can just have them stamped and approved. For possibly a little bit lost on profit, because yeah, but you'd still probably get a profit. Sunlight, though, that's just getting rid of sunlight. Talk your way out of the search. Today's officer duty is a patriot. Perhaps you can claim you're on admiralty business. Set something aside. You need to know about every little trinket you have. But we don't have anything to hide, so let them do their worst. They roam your deck like wolves. They tear through your belongings like termites. At last, they leave. Vexed and frustrated. Collect that. Let's see here. We can go to the Venturer's Desires. We can give him some skintalak. Something bright. Thank you. Where I'm going, there will be light enough eventually, but we'll need something we can manage ourselves. But now I have further need of your services. Lost 7 skintalak. Objective 2, the Venturer's Venture, is now at 3. And 1,000 echoes. And for now he's asking for... Oh, the same thing. Oh, hells yeah. That means more skintalak, in my case, because I have 5. Okay, I'm not selling the skintalak then. For obvious reasons. Deliver claimant. Yeah, there's always only 5 of them. Yes. Totally wasn't 6. Don't worry about it. A new recruit. Let's see who's here. Nobody. No officers. Okay. Fortunate, but not overly surprising. Read the morning papers. Get some supplies. Huzzah. Or just that. A boat is a better investment at the moment, though. Scholar. London. Cruise. Matter of luck. A sure thing. Or is it? There's no danger here. Try to enjoy yourself. Well, let's try to get rid of some more terror. A marvelous night out. Sea shanties find food and the warmth of... and something more. 30 echoes. Lost 5 terror. This is good. That night, in Wolf's Stack, you find yourself staring at a table with... the likely lass. Don't think I came down to the docks just to see you. I've got business here, but alright. Did cross my mind that you might drop by. A few hours together. Shared warmth, new memories. It's harder to say goodbye this time. Deuce of 10 terror is, very, very, very ideal. Little gift, no. Speckled Admiral. We need to submit our port reports. Hunter's Keep. Fort Cecile. Godfall. Polythreme. Conch Shadow. And Demir Island. As you can see, it's like, it gives you decent money, but this is like one of the more effective ways of getting fuel. Still need to buy fuel, but it helps. It helps. Quite a bit. That's for later. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Extra supplies because this one's about to vanish. What is the next? Cramped and fragile, but remarkably nippy. Only 50 hull, minus 10 irons, 5 mirror boosts, 10 veils bonus, 5 quarters, weight 30, less hold capacity. Okay, that's not the one I want. The one I think I want next is the Corvette. So I need 3,000 echoes for that. Soft, swift, and formidable, like a very angry vole. It's got 200 hull, a huge difference from our current one. 40, same hold capacity, unfortunately. Weightier quarters, but an iron bonus, and it has a lot of ship slots. The important thing is it's more durable. Eventually the next up deal that you would say potentially want would be the merchant ship, because that has 120 hold capacity, so it's like one of these two is the upgrade I want, depending on how much money I have. But 7,000 is a lot to get. I am close to 3,000, though. That is ideal. But for now, that is where we will call it for today. It is late. But this has been a good solid start to Sunless Sea. I very much enjoy this game, and there's a lot to enjoy from it. Next time around, we will continue making money. The venturer is gonna be a good solid amount for that, as well as Sphinxstone and the other, and some other stuff involved. We'll get to that. We'll continue our journeys. Next Sunday is when we'll do it. Tuesday and Thursday, we'll be doing different games then. New games that I have not played. It'll be fun. Hope to see folks then. I hope everyone has a good night, a good evening, and that tomorrow is good for you as well. Kind, be courteous. Do all, be all, for when all is well, all shall indeed be well. Oh, and, hello there, Johnny Speed. Talking in right at the very end of when I was just about to call it. Because my throat hurts and it's almost midnight here. But I appreciate you stopping by. Like I said, I'll be streaming more Sunless Sea next Sunday. Tuesday and Thursday are my next streaming days. Wanna stop by? Just I would not mind. For now, y'all have a good evening. Cheers. Take care. See ya. Ah, you're lurking. Okay, fair enough. Glad to have a lurk. Toss me. Just if you want to see more at some point, just stop by on one of my other days. Yep. You have a lovely evening too. Cheers. Have a good one.